I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, and we have more Factorio today. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. All right, let's get into this. Let's see here. I left myself a note. Set RS latch for fluid valves to prevent single craft switching. Fix copper plus steel belt paused with one chest empty. Oh, right. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I guess what we're going to have to do... Ooh, I know what I can do. I can split this. Yeah, okay. I'm going to want to do this over here on the blueprint. Yeah, we hadn't even wired the other one here. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Oh, I know exactly how we can do this. Right here. So we grab this, and we do that. And we go filter for steel. Yep, to the left. And we do that. And that way, yeah, we can stop the steel coming in right there with a, say, green wire. We want to go from the chest to this belt right here. Yeah. We want everything less than 0 on it. Well, less than or equal to 0. There we go. So that makes it so that this belt doesn't move unless the steel chest is empty. And then we just need to change this one. No, we don't need to change this one, because this will only have copper on it at that point. Hey, Craygenics, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Sorry, a little focused on my blueprint right now. Would you mind a quick recap? Yeah, I can do that. How do you plan these things out? How you plan these things out boggles the mind. Must take hours. Yeah. I mean, this is our 12th stream, and all we have built so far is this. And these are just blueprints for the most part. Most of this isn't even built. Well, I guess our bots have filled in a whole bunch of that. But yeah, most of the belts up above this section here where the bots could reach aren't even filled in. We've only got these down to here, but like these ones aren't even hooked up yet. Most of these aren't placed down. A lot of it's just blueprints, because we haven't really needed it. I need to get more radars down for visibility. Just watch part 1, so trying to learn but confuses you. If you have any direct questions, feel free to ask them. I don't mind answering. So a recap. Let's see here. We started right over here. This is our starting copper, stone, Ooh, that's starting. Iron ore is almost gone. We're actually going to need to go make more, tap one of the other iron ore patches very soon. Very, very soon. And are starting coal. So, luckily, so this isn't a problem right now because we've kind of filled up all of our buffers. We're not using anything right now. The factory's kind of paused. We're not doing any research because there's no new research to do right now until we build new types of science. So we started here. Early on, we were just doing basic smelting like this, getting some basics like gears and belts made, storing plates, making cables. This was a little later that we were making walls. Originally, we were storing stone and stone bricks here, I believe it was. Yeah. So we were just making the bricks. We went from there to blueprinting out, I believe, our copper. Well, we put down the main bus. It's not as big as like a mega base main bus, but I wanted to have lots of room on it, depending on so I could use this area for as long as possible before having to move on to a new one. We put down our iron processing and then our steel processing. With the steel processing, making its iron and then passing the iron on to be made into steel and keeping the coal the whole time. Blueprints, you don't know how to do that. Sorry, just learning. Oh, no worries. No need to apologize. We were all new at one point. As they say, watch one, then go. Oh, that's how it starts. Got stuck for 30 minutes going, right, chop wood first. Oh, yep. Yeah. So there's a few ways you can get started for the fuel that you need. One of the ways I like to do it is, let's demonstrate. Where's our other coal patch? Right over here. So one of the ways I like to start with my fuel is, oh, is it going to show me here? Let's see here. So with the burner inserters, I like to set these up on the starting coal patch with a pair of them going like this. And that makes it so that you'll put in a little bit of fuel into one of them. It will harvest some coal and pass the coal to the other one. That one will put that coal into its fuel slot and start harvesting coal. It takes less than one coal to harvest a coal. So they end up self-fueling. Well, they end up fueling each other and storing extra coal in these fuel slots. You can also eventually make it so that you can do kind of a grid with them where you do something like this and like that. And now you have 4 of them filling up. Or if you really need a lot, you can kind of go down the line like this and then turn it upward. And then we turn that one like that and that one like that. And now they're just kind of going in a line. The more you have, the more you can store. So you don't even need to put a chest down. Right, so you got line up, like there's little arrows. That's what was going wrong. And does that make sense? Yeah. One of the other things, Alt. Alt is incredibly important. So right now, you can see there's no arrows unless I mouse over them. If you hit Alt, just press and release Alt, that will toggle on visibility of information on your machines. This is things like the direction that they're facing. This is also things like what the machine contains. Like I can see there's yellow ammo in here. Over here, I can see that these have iron plates in them, that this has gears in it, that this has belts in it. Without Alt, all I see is a chest, and I have to mouse over it to see what's inside. I don't know what these machines are producing until I mouse over them. Alt, super handy. I do wish the game started with that toggled on. Stuck for 30 minutes trying to figure that out? Yeah. But yeah, that's a good way to get fuel early on. And then I just kind of run back and forth, taking fuel from these and feeding it into the burner drills for iron and copper. And then early on, you're handcrafting iron plates and copper plates. A similar kind of thing is set up here. If you want to, you can set up burner inserters for your initial steam power. And so those will make it so that even if you run out of power for some reason, the burner inserters will keep working because they're pulling coal off the line to fuel themselves, and then once they're fueled, passing coal along to the boilers. I tend not to do that because I tend to be a little paranoid about my power, and so I try to have more than I need. But if you're worried you're going to run out of power, and you want to make sure your power doesn't stop, your power generation doesn't stop because you lost power, burner inserters here on your boilers is going to be super handy. Hey Battle, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Doing a bit of a recap of how we started. See here, from there we started making science, I believe. Yeah. I think science was the next thing we laid down. And so that would have been red science right here. We built out a basic blueprint for it. And then we chose a spot and put the science down. We then, I believe, made a green circuit, a basic green circuit setup so that we can make some green circuits. No, we did that. Yeah, we did that next. And then we did the green science. And we laid all that out. And that gave us a little bit of production on belts and inserters as well, if we needed it. And we stole from those machines a couple of times. And then we did military science right down here. And that gave us access to ammo. That was the point, I think, where we started realizing we needed a wall because our pollution was getting out of hand. And so, how is our pollution right now? Pollution is basically nothing because the factory isn't running. Love it. We are going to have to take care of that nest soon, though. But yeah, we put the wall down. We put the gun turrets down. We ran power, got the inserters, ran the belt, and eventually connected ammo to that. And so all of the guns should be fed ammo forever and ever. We set up some ammo production up over here to feed those. If we're getting attacked a lot, this ammo production is not going to be enough, but it's good enough for now. No, you're far ahead right now. Appreciate you just taking time to show you as you were stuck. As you know, you're learning, but found you lives that need to ask. Yeah, feel free to ask as much as you need. And I'm probably not going to space today, so there won't be anything in the way of spoilers for new planets if you're worried about that. You've had brainworms battle. Oh no. About Gleba and wanting to fix it. Good luck. Good luck fixing it. But yeah, I don't mind taking the time to answer questions, even if we're streaming something else. As long as it's a game we've streamed before, feel free to ask questions about it. So if I'm playing Satisfactory or Europa Universalis 4, feel free to ask a Factorio question. Feel free to talk about Factorio in the chat. No big deal. In general, the audience we have here likes all the games we play. So hearing a little bit of conversation about the game that we're not currently playing is no big deal. The only drawback there is if it's something that's involved where I would need to show you in the game how to do something, I won't be able to answer the question easily if we're not playing the game. But outside of that, a lot of times I can just pull the information off the top of my head and give you an answer. Oh, I didn't realize we had that almost completely done too. That'll be handy. I think about that point we were running out of power, so we started doing our... Well, we set up some solar panels being made here, and we got our oil going so that we could make accumulators. And then we started setting up our solar panels. The oil production is just straightforward. We had a really close oil patch, so we just came, set everything up, had a little buffer here, and ran the oil directly across with pipes. We then, for blue science, we set up more oil production and set up all of these things. Lots of stuff for blue science, including some red circuits. And here's the labs that we're feeding everything into. It's not the most efficient setup, but it worked good enough for what we were doing. I knew that we were going to run out of room for research because we were taking a lot of time to blueprint. Space way too far at the moment. Just getting into this. Just searched help Factorio. You came up, watched part 1. Then you got lost after you used blueprints, but at least you can get a bit further now. Now you can go past wood. Ah, okay. So what exactly got you lost about blueprints? Making them in the first place? Or how and why to use them? Where did you get stuck with those? Because blueprints, personally, I think blueprints are one of the coolest things about the game. One of the most fun things. All of it. All right. So, down here in the corner of your, just on the other side of your hotbar, on the right, you have a whole bunch of buttons. You're going to get more buttons in here as you progress in the game and unlock new technologies. The ones you're going to be concerned with for blueprinting. First of all, the blueprint button itself. You click this, and it'll give you a little blueprint marker on your icon on your cursor. With that on your screen, you can... Let's go ahead and get out of the map view. So with that on your screen, you can go to anything on the map and drag using the left mouse button. So you click and drag, and click and hold while you're dragging. And you can see down at the bottom of the square that you're dragging out, it'll tell you the total of the items that are within that blueprint. So we can say, okay, say we just want this stuff right here. Once we let go of the left mouse button, it'll bring us into the Setup New Blueprint screen. You can name your blueprint. This right here will show you the icon of the blueprint. You can erase any... It'll try to be smart about what it shows in here. You can click on any of these boxes and add new items in there. You can also right-click on an item and it'll erase it. I highly recommend putting descriptions on your blueprints so that when you come back in like 6 months and look at a blueprint that you haven't used for a while, you can go, oh, that's what this is supposed to do. Snap to grid is not something you'll need to worry. That's kind of an advanced blueprinting thing. I was messing with it when we first started, but you should ignore snap to grid for right now. That's more of a mega base kind of thing. And then this will show you the total of the components used in the blueprint. In this screen right here, you can see right-click to remove, left-click to restore. Say you go, let's see here, what would be a good example? Say you decide, oh, I don't want to make engines right here. You can right-click on that, and it turns into the blueprint icon. And since I'm not making engines, I don't need this inserter. So we can do that. When you hit create blueprint, those will no longer be part of the blueprint. It'll be as if you never selected over them. But you go, oh, well, maybe I do want the inserter still, though. So you left click on that, and it restores it. This is cool, thank you. No one has shown this. Been trying to find anything like this, like how do I do this kind of thing? Means a lot. Oh, no problem. I'm glad I can help. And that's good. I wonder why there's no blueprinting tutorial. Should be a pretty basic thing for somebody to put out. I tend not to do separate YouTube videos. Maybe I should do one on blueprinting though. Yeah, so this is how you set up the initial blueprint. You can name it whatever you want. There's going to be buttons up here. Export to string is how you share your blueprint with other people. So there'll be this giant thing here, and you can copy it, and then you can paste it into wherever you need to, and you can share your blueprint with someone. Couldn't find one. You don't need to apologize for it. I'm just kind of surprised that nobody's put one out there. No basic step-by-step? Yeah. That's what a good tutorial should be doing, is showing you the step-by-step. Parameterize, reconfigure the blueprint. This is going to be an advanced feature. I'm using it in my current blueprints, but it's not necessary. This is just to make your blueprints more flexible. But if you're just learning, you don't need to worry about this little purple square here. Upgrade items and entities in the blueprint. This is something that'll be useful as you go along. So you can see we have yellow belts, we have yellow inserters, we have tier 2 assembly machines. We can click this, and we can take one of our upgrade blueprints, or the default. And I'll show you the upgrade blueprints, the upgrade prints in just a moment. But so we can take this one for belts that says, hey, if we have a yellow belt, turn it into a red belt. And we can click that, and it turns everything in the blueprint into all the yellow belts into red belts. Simple. If you use the default one, it will take everything that can be upgraded and upgrade it one step. Doesn't matter what it is, if it can be upgraded a step, it upgrades it one step. Found one, but they went way too fast, and that's not your thing. Yeah, going please, it just needs step by step. Once you learn, you're good, but yeah. So this is a kind of a little bit of a future thing. And I understand, I need slow step-by-step instructions too when I'm trying to learn something detailed. So the upgrade planner isn't something you're going to be using initially, but going forward in the future, it's super handy to just update a blueprint and go. And the nice thing is you can go into a blueprint. So let's go ahead and cancel this real quick. Let's click our blueprint button, grab some items, go back into here. So we can say this is like yellow robots. Yellow referring to the belt technology. And so we could create that blueprint. All right. And once you've created the blueprint, it puts it in your hand so that you can stamp it down if you want to. So we could put it right here if we wanted to. Blammo. And now you have a ghost copy. These blue things right here are called ghost copies. Early in the game, it seems like they're just there for kind of planning. But when you get later in the game and you get roboports, whether it's your own personal roboport or one that you have placed down like this, the robots that you put in there will build stuff in blueprints. So that's why all of this stuff is filled in. The robots in these roboports have gone out to the green edge of their reach right here and placed the belts down. Because there were ghosts of the belts, they said, oh, belts belong there. And they went and put as many as we had produced into those locations. So that's ultimately what the blueprints are for, so they work with your robots. But in the early game, it's still good for just laying things out so you get the planning done properly. So I was going to show you. Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So you've created that blueprint. It's not going to be on your bar anywhere. If you hit E to open up your inventory, it will be in your inventory right here. Yellow robots. You can see here, right click to open, left click to build, shift left click to force build, and control shift left click to super force. Those last three when you have it in your hand. But we want to open it back up. And so this is what you could do with an existing blueprint. You can say, hey, upgrade this, upgrade everything, and then you could rename it, do whatever you need to do. The other thing is, if you didn't want to get rid of the old blueprint, though, because this would overwrite the old blueprint if you do this. So we can cancel that and come back in. Oh, no, wow. I forgot that. You don't have to hit save for that. Don't want to force you to make a vid, but many are new. Just want someone to go and say, cool, watch this. Found you after YouTube said you were live. Thought, bingo, I can ask live. Yeah, that's one of the great things about streaming. So people can ask questions directly. Thought you might know a lot of new players looking for stuff. That's good to know. I'll probably change the description on this one to include that it has at least a somewhat blueprint tutorial. Hey, Mra, welcome on in. Shambles into the stream and sits down. Oh, no. Is it that kind of day for you? So one of the things you could do is, say you wanted both a red and blue belt version of this blueprint, you could create a copy. So you can click this, it'll create a copy, and you choose where you want to put it. So I'm going to just put it right here. And so now you can see we have yellow robots. And we can right click one of them and upgrade it again using the upgrade button. Blammo. Now this can be blue. And like I said, this one's a little bit advanced, but you'll be glad you have it later on. And now we have yellow robots here, and we have blue robots here. Hi, stream from YouTube. You're learning. Let's see here. Learning is good. Yeah, definitely appreciate learning. You can drag blueprints onto your hotbar whenever you need to. Oh, right. Escape. No, Q. Q to let go of a blueprint. We're going to go ahead and delete these. You can destroy a blueprint by right-clicking on it and then clicking the trash can. So we're going to do that for both of these. Oh, actually, before I do, there's another one here. Select new contents for the blueprint. Say you've made this blueprint and you put it in place and you realized, oh, something isn't working right. And you make some changes on the ground and you want to fix your blueprint. You can go into an existing blueprint, click the select new contents for the blueprint, and then say we had made changes in this area right here to fix whatever it was we were doing. Then we just highlight that same area again, and blammo. It replaces it while keeping everything else the same. So any description we had, the title, the icons, all of those stay the same. It just replaces the stuff in this box here. I think that's everything from here. So I mentioned the upgrade planners. Upgrade planners are the green button here. Marks items for upgrade by construction robots. So if you want an upgrade planner, you'll click on this, and you'll get just a blank green square. The way the blank green square works is it will just tell anything you highlight, hey, upgrade this to the next tier. So say these were yellow belts we had built out, and we wanted to make them red, blammo, those are reds now. We wanted to make these yellow inserters the next tier up, we could do that. The assembly machine as well. So now it's a fast inserter instead of an inserter. This is assembly machine 3 instead of 2. The nice thing is you can put this in your inventory or on your hotbar, and it'll put a blank green there. Right click on that green upgrade planner, and you'll see here's the upgrade planner right here. Generic, it just does whatever. But you can have it do specific things. So you can click here and you go, okay, burner miner drills. I want to upgrade those. And oh, I can't upgrade those to anything else. That's because they have a different size footprint than any other type of mining unit. So certain things you can't upgrade. You have to play around with that a little bit. You can see, okay, assembly machines. I want to make this so it only upgrades assembly machines like this. You can even include modules, which is a little bit of an advanced thing. You can determine quality, which is also a little bit of an advanced thing. But those can all be set right here. And so now this upgrade planner, rather than upgrading everything, only upgrades assembly machines. And only assembly 1 to assembly 2. Assemb 1 to 2. And we can put this on there. There we go. And so now we have a blueprint, an upgraded blueprint, that if we drag it over the belts or the inserters, doesn't do anything. It's only going to do something to assembly machine 1s. Which I don't even know if I have it. Oh, yeah, I have. I don't think I have any down right now. Let's go ahead and place a couple. So now we can go like this, and you can see it only puts the little red highlight around the assembly machines, nothing else. And there you go. So it doesn't automatically change them, though. It marks them to be changed. This is more useful when you have robots, but it does let you know, hey, this needs to be upgraded to an assembly machine too. So you can manually do it if you want to. At least you know there's a lot of people just needing step-by-step stuff. Know some people might not bother, but what you do know, there's a lot of need, just starting guide, and this as well, so thank you. Oh, no problem. I'm glad I can help out. Yeah, I didn't realize that there was a lack of that stuff, being that I haven't been looking for it. So the upgrade planners let you get really detailed. You can see I've got, well, let's get rid of this one. We don't need that. I've got 3 upgrade planners. I've got one here for upgrading bulk inserters to fast inserters. Now, that's not something you would normally do, but I had a blueprint that I had put bulk inserters into, and I realized I didn't need them. So I downgraded to fast inserters. I could have also done something where I reverse these, because if we grab one of these again, see how we had upgraded these to reds? I believe it's not shift. Oh, now I gotta remember what. Oh, it's right click. If you hold down right click while you have an upgrade planner, it downgrades instead. Blam, they're back to reds, or back to yellows. You can't downgrade a yellow any further. We can downgrade these machines here, though. Boom, downgraded. We could downgrade again on some of these. Downgraded. If you use left click, you upgrade again. So the direction on the upgrade blueprinter is upgrade with left click, downgrade with right click. You're good. Just merely have a very sleepy afternoon after work. Need something to wake up. Oh, that's fair. Let's see here. I'm going to guess that's Kenzo2. Kenzo2, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. You can use this upgrade planner and you blueprint directly for speedy changes. Yes, yes, you can. We had just shown that a moment ago, where you can come in here and use this and select one of your upgrade planners. So the ones that I have here, I have one for various machines, furnaces and assembly machines. I have one here for belts. All of these right here. So this will only get belt-related items. It won't get machines or inserters or anything like that. I like to keep some separate ones to easily be able to do these things. How's Factorio been for you so far? I love it. Factorio's always been one of my favorites. I'm really liking the changes that came with Space Age, and I'm really enjoying going through and making new blueprints for everything, which is part of why we haven't even built a rocket yet. Had 20 people in your community asking you as well. Went, okay, we're all new. Let's see if we can find answers. And yep, here I am. Okay, well, I'm glad you found us then. I'm glad I can help you out. Let's see here. So that's pretty much it for the upgrade planners. You can copy them, you can share them, you can delete them. All the normal stuff that you would get with blueprints that way. Same kind of thing. You can create a copy. Next is the red button, the deconstruction planner. This one's straightforward at the surface. You click on it and you drag and it'll delete things. If it's a ghost, it just immediately deletes it. If it's not a ghost, it will mark it for deletion. When something is marked for deletion, it will stop working. So keep that in mind. Like, this will no longer pass power when you've marked it for deletion. If you want to undo something you've marked for deletion, you can right-click and drag. No, shift, left-click and drag. Sorry. Shift, left-click and drag the red deconstruction planner, and I'll remove the deconstruction marker. Love it too. No spoilers, but the tech you unlock on other planets would change literally everything and make some of the early game blueprints obsolete. Yeah, that's why we're going to make them in tiers. Because, like, you're going to want some early base blueprints. You're going to want a variety of things. A lot of these blueprints that I'm making are to eventually easily do the express delivery achievement. Because if I have everything blueprinted and ready to go, I can just throw down blueprints, fill things in, and go really fast. And it's just a matter of sorting them out properly. But yeah, I do know that there's a lot of really neat tech coming along. As you see, many people looking for stuff like this. Well, good to know. Feel free to let them know to come on in and ask questions if they need to. I don't mind at all. Now, the deconstruction planner, just like the upgrade planner, is more than just the blank square. You can open up your inventory and drop it in there, and then right-click on it, and you get some options in here. You can tell it trees, rocks only. This makes it so that the deconstruction planner will ignore everything other than trees and rocks. So you can see we can drag it over. It does nothing. But if we go out to the map and find... I think I've deconstructed all of the rocks in all of these places. I think that's some rocks. There we go. So there we go. It'll grab this rock here, but it won't grab these blueprints here. And then we can shift and drag, left drag to undo it. So that's one of the first things that you'll do just to clear building areas out. Is just set a red deconstruction planner for trees and rocks only. However, you can get more complex than that. You can tell it to whitelist or blacklist either entities. So you can say, okay, I'm going to want to delete, say, all of my burner miner drills, because I want to be able to put down electric mining drills, but I don't want to get rid of any belts that I have in the way. So let's go ahead and do this. And that way, and it's whitelist. So it means anything I put in here is affected, everything else is ignored. So only burner miner drills will be affected. That's an easy way in the early game to clear those out and not get rid of belts or anything like that you've put down. Yeah, so this is with the red button, the deconstruction planner. But it has more than just the things that you can build as well. It also has environmental things like cliffs and fish. And then unsorted things like item request slots, tile ghosts, items on ground, entity ghosts. So say you end up with a situation where a whole bunch of items spill out onto the ground for one reason or another. You can set up a deconstruction planner like this, only grab items on the ground, and when you drag that out over an area and get the items on the ground, your bots will just pick up the items on the ground. It won't get rid of anything else. Super handy. Lots of really good options in the deconstruction planner. It can also do tiles. Okay. And so you can see here with this drop down, normal, tiles are selected when no entities are found. Always, tiles are always selected even when entities are found. Never, tiles are never selected. Only tiles are selected. So let's go ahead and tell it normal. And now we can whitelist or blacklist particular tiles. These are things like your paths, concrete flooring, hazard concrete, landfills, foundations, artificial soil, ice platforms, frozen concrete, all the things that you basically put down as flooring. So this is how you pull up flooring if you need to. So we can say we only want to pull up stone paths, so we can put concrete in its place, or something like that. And so this would make it so that if no entities are selected, it'll pull up tiles. We could tell it that it is only pulling up tiles. That way, even if we drag it over machines, it won't get rid of the machines. So yeah, and you can do entity and tile sorting at the same time. So if this is on, let's say we put it on always. For tiles are always selected, even when entities are found. That way we can say, okay, we want to delete stone paths if we find them, and we want to delete items on ground. And we want to delete cliffs. And we want to delete trees. There. So this, when you drag this deconstruction planner out, will deconstruct items on ground, cliffs, trees, and stone paths. But if we change it to normal, it will deconstruct items on ground, cliffs, and trees. But if we select none of these things, and there are stone paths in there, it'll deconstruct stone paths. So, yeah, you have to look at the kind of priorities here and everything. Deconstruction planners, like the upgrade planners, have a copy, an export to string, and a destroy to delete it. And you can rename them. We're going to go ahead and delete this one since we don't need it. So the one that I have set up right here, I just have one on my bar. And this is set to blacklist rocks, trees, cliffs, and fish. So blacklist means everything except these items. And the reason I have this set up is so that I can deconstruct machines and blueprints without having to deal with a whole bunch of rocks and stuff getting deconstructed and pulled into my inventory if I don't need them destroyed. So we've covered the basic blueprint button, the upgrade planner, and the deconstruction planner. At this point, you're going, okay, I'm filling up a lot of my inventory, my limited inventory space with all these blueprints. I may have to get rid of some of them, but you don't. There is down here the blueprint book, stores blueprints and similar items. So you can click on this, and it'll put a little blueprint book in your hand. You can drop this in your inventory, and if you mouse over it, right-click to open. So you can open it up, and you can see, oh, there's all this space in here. You can drag blueprints into there, and now it's out of your inventory and in this book. The nice thing is you can even drag books into here. We can get another book and throw it into here. And now, if we right-click on that, you can see our inventory, our first blueprint book, our second blueprint book, and then another blueprint. Boom. There we go. We want to do another blueprint book? We can. No problem. As many as you need to. And then you can just click the arrow to go back. We're going to go ahead and delete this. Oh no. I made a mistake. Will that undo? I do not think that will undo. I did not realize that was going to delete the whole book. Or did it? It did not. Okay, good. It just kicked me out of it. For a moment, I thought it deleted the blueprints. I was like, I didn't think it did that. I was right. Okay. So what happened was when I deleted that book, it closed the book, the entire book. I thought it was just going to kick me up a level. Looks like you're going to spend hours playing around with this. Yeah, that's what we've been doing. Like 12 days of blueprints. But at least you have made a note saying Alt button gets you these icons to show up and not get stuck for 30 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to go ahead and you can pull things out of your blueprint books if you need to. Let's do that. And then we'll go back up to here. We're going to delete this blueprint book. And then we're going to go back into our blueprint book. So one of the advantages of this is, say we put a handful of blueprints in here. Like this. And maybe even an upgrade planner. Okay, so we've got all of these in here. So now they're in our book. Are we going to have to go in and find the blueprint and then do whatever it is we need to do? No. So you can click on the blueprint book with the left mouse button. Just click it to pick it up. So it's in your hand. Exit out, and you can see, oh, sushi output. You can hold down Shift and scroll the mouse wheel, and that'll move between the blueprints in the book. So as long as you've named them well, you have a good idea of what the blueprint is as you go along. You can scroll either direction to move either direction through the book. And so that's what I'm building down here, is I'm slowly putting together a set of blueprints, and I'm eventually going to sort them out into individual books for like the very beginning of the game, a little bit past the beginning, things like that. Yeah, the books are super handy, and you can share entire books of blueprints as well. Export to string. This will share the entire blueprint book. You can also upgrade planner the entire book if you wanted to. In our case, though, we want to get all of these back out into our inventory. And we're going to delete this book. And you can even take a book that's full of blueprints and drag it into another blueprint book. So we could have taken that book and dragged it into here, and it would have just been part of our main blueprint book. Now, you've spent all this time on these blueprints. What if you start a new game? What if you want to go join your friends in a multiplayer game and take a break from your single player world? Well, there is, let's see if I can, right up here, Blueprint Library. Right up here is the Blueprint Library. Click on that, and you have My Blueprints and Game Blueprints. game blueprints are blueprints that are saved in this save file. You can drag it here, and it's no longer in your inventory. So that's one of the ways you can save inventory space. Drag things over to game blueprints. And they'll only show up in this save game. So if there's a blueprint very specific to the game you're playing, cool, put it there. My blueprints is universal for your account. So now this is still stuff stored on your computer. This isn't stored in the cloud or anything. So if you go to a different computer, my blueprints is going to be empty. But as long as you're playing on the same computer, you don't erase the folder on your computer where all of this information is stored, then your blueprints will be there no matter how many times you start a new game, if you go and join a friend's game, anything like that. So you can make your blueprints portable and take them to other games. One of the blueprints that I do highly recommend going out and grabbing is the Balancer book. I'm pretty sure if you search Factorio Balancer book, let's see here. And is that the one I'm looking for? No, that's a different person's Balancer book. How about here? That's not what I'm looking for. Is this it? No. Somebody link a good one in here. Ah, here we go. So this isn't the one that I have right now, but it is one I recommend. Let's go ahead and paste this for everybody. Right there. And right there. Probably doing what you were doing, searching, but can't find you're looking for. Yeah. So Factorio School has pretty good blueprints on there, community made. The site still has some wonkiness to it, but it's better than the other site. So yeah, if you're looking for blueprints, I recommend the Factorio School site. That's Rehnquist's Balancer book. He does a pretty good job. He has some nice compact balancers. This one, I don't remember the name of the guy that makes these. Actually, he may even name it right in here. No, he doesn't say. But yeah, there's another guy that also does balancers. That I think that's what my book is, but I like both of them. But yeah, I don't bother. So I see it as two different ways. I usually like to use my own blueprints, but sometimes somebody comes up with a blueprint that is just so good that there's not really a way to improve it. And that's how I feel about the Balancer book. Is the Balancer book does exactly what it needs to do, and there's not really a better way to do it. So I'm not going to recreate all of that work. That's also kind of one of the things I'm running into with this blueprint right here. I I don't remember who did this. I wish he would have put his name in the description. But if you search around for inserters and belts, there's a blueprint here that looks like this. This thing is glorious using the new circuitry setups that you have access to. This right here, you input your raw components along here, including lubricant, if you're going up to blue tier belts. And these will just automatically make all of the inserters, all of the belts, all of the underground belts, all of the splitters. It will just make them. Up to one stack of each type, and then output along here any unused components. It is beautiful. It is compact. I don't see a better way to do this. I've taken this blueprint and made my own more generic version, like this. I'm not going to bother filling anything in. So I've taken, you can definitely see where it matches up very closely to this. But what I've done is I made it so that I can tell it to make anything, not just belts and inserters. 100% inspired by this. And if I only needed belts and inserters, I don't see a better way to do it other than this right here. For at least your basic stuff. Guy did an amazingly good job. Thoughtful. You're even taking time to even show some of us new players. Yep, there's a lot of us just starting out. Yes, we're not veterans, but we will be one day, and then show others. Yeah, that's how learning works. I am a big fan of learning and teaching, so always ask questions if you need to. Always ask. And on the other side, don't let me spread misinformation. My memory is not great. Sometimes I will think I remember something and I'm wrong. If I say something you know is wrong, speak up. Or if you think I may be wrong on something, question it. I don't mind defending myself if I think I'm right, and I don't mind learning and correcting myself if I'm wrong. If it gives you ideas for vids step by step, we leave that for you. Yeah. It mostly comes down to time for those videos. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, so that covers all of the red, green, and blue buttons right here. But there's some other buttons that I've been using as we go along. One, if you want to get that that belt book into your game, you can get the blueprint string, but how do you add it? And that's right here, import string. Little kind of dotted line box with an arrow going into it. Click on that, and you paste the string in right there, and then you import. And that will put the blueprint in your hand, and then you can drop it into your inventory, or into a book, or into your library. However you want to do it. So this is how you get blueprints into your game. Also, we were talking about the alt. You can see the alt button is right here, toggle alt mode. So you can see if it's lit up yellow, then it's turned on. Now, the final set of things for blueprinting. This is not just for blueprinting, but just for quickly doing things in the game. Say you don't need to make a full blueprint, but you want to make a copy of something. You can click here, copy, and it's going to give you a copy icon on your cursor. You can then drag like it's a blueprint. It's going to highlight things just like a blueprint, and then let go. It creates a ghost, but this isn't something you can put in your inventory. Oh, I'm wrong. I wonder when they changed that. It didn't used to create a blueprint. Okay, well, you can create a blueprint from copy. I didn't know that. Yay, learning. But so the intended use for this, as far as I've ever known, is it's like, okay, I just need to make a copy of that. Actually, it's usually you're copying smaller sections. So it's like, okay, I want this right here, where it's a bend with an inserter at the end. And I want to put that right here. Boom. And then I want to have another one right here, and I want to do another one right here. And so it's like, okay, now I have all these. Oh, I didn't need that extra one. Let's go ahead and undo. And you can see in the preview what it's going to undo. Boom. This even works for machines that you put down. You put down a machine, you can hit undo, and it'll mark that machine to be removed. So your bots will pick it up. We can undo and undo. So you copied that, and it's like, oh, I needed more of those. You can come back into here to paste, and it'll be remembered. One of the something I didn't show you with blueprints before. When they're in your hand and ready to put down ghosts, you can use R to rotate. I know there's a way to rotate the other direction. Now I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, they only recently added this. I don't remember what the key is to turn it the other direction. You just keep hitting R and going full circle, because I don't remember what the key is to rotate the other direction. Somebody in chat knows. Feel free to speak up. But yeah, you can rotate this counterclockwise as well, but I don't remember the key. It'll be in the list of hotkeys. But yeah, so you can turn it. The other thing is you can also now hit H, and that'll flip it horizontally. So now we've got an L the other direction. So we can flip this back and forth. You can hit V and flip vertically. And so that flips it along the vertical axis. You have the keyboard shortcut tooltips disabled in options or something. Think you always have the available shortcuts displayed in the bottom left. Ooh, is that something I can do? Do you happen to know where that's at? Probably interface. Let's see here. Entity tooltips, show mod owners, descriptions, total raw. I've got everything turned on in alt mode. Show all items in selection lists. Show parameters. Parameters don't do anything, can be used. Oh, that's good to know. I'm going to do that so I can add parameters directly. We learn new stuff. Nice. Yeah, always nice. Do not know if that's even an option. Just have the tooltips. I haven't felt the need to disable them yet. I wonder where that's at. Don't see that. Show mouse and keyboard control hints. Probably that. Yeah, okay. Ooh, that's handy. There we go. I probably arrogantly turned that off before even starting the game. Okay, Shift R is reverse rotate. There we go. Okay, and you may see some stuff like force build. So you can see here, it's not going to want to build a belt on top of that turns on top of a normal belt. It's not going to want to build a inserter on top of a belt. So you run into an issue of like, oh, this isn't going to work. Transport belt is in the way. You can hold down Shift, and it will try to place it anyway. This works when there's like rocks and trees in the way, and a handful of other things. Shift will let you place anyway. In this case, you can see it placed these belts, but it didn't place any of the stuff that's in red. So it'll place as much of the blueprint as it can, but it ignores the rest. You can, however, force it. Control Shift, you can see now there's a little angry ghost on there. And if we click, boom, it's going to tell it, hey, delete those things and put the blueprinted item down. But we're going to undo that. So you can force blueprints down when it says you can't normally do it. Now, the other thing is cut. So cut is useful. Let me go ahead and just copy some stuff. So say I find it more useful with blueprints, with ghosts. But once you have robots going, then it can be useful with actually place things as well. Cut will let you remove a portion of a blueprint or a portion of items that are on the ground and put them into your hand as if you copied them. So it removes them and lets you paste them somewhere else. There we go. Just like that. The same thing can be done right here. We can say, okay, we want to cut these belts out so that we can move them up like this. Boom. And so that's going to tell your robots to delete these belts and to build these belts right here. But that is not what we want to do, so we're going to undo these. Boom. Oh, and undo will even replace things that you've removed previously. So we had deleted those, we undo, and it's, hey, are you sure you want to undo this action from 7 minutes and 21 seconds ago on this planet? Undo all of these things. This is a preview of what it's going to look like when you're done. Undo. Boom. All of it's back. So it remembers that. The other button that has memory is the paste button. You can see down at the bottom of the controls here, next clipboard and previous clipboard. We hold down shift, just like if we had a blueprint book in our hand, and we can go through, we scroll down, we can go through the previous list of things that we have had in the copy. Even stuff from our last session. This is all stuff that we did last time we played. I don't know how big of a memory it has. Okay, this looks like it's the last thing. It's a decent amount of memory there. And you can just kind of scroll back and forth. All of that in the paste button. So that should cover all of the blueprint-related buttons. All of this stuff here. And like I said, the ghosts are most helpful when you have robots, but they're still good for planning. One of the things... so to build ghosts without using a blueprint, you can grab an item, say these belts right here, and if you just click, you build the belt, okay? However, if you have the belt in your hand and hold down shift, it turns it into a ghost, and you can build ghost copies of the item in your hand. You don't actually have to have the item to be able to do that, though. So we can come in here, and we can add... let's say, what's something I know I don't have? I know I don't have any of these yellow chests. So, I can add something that I don't have any in my inventory of, click on that, and it automatically turns it into a ghost. And I can click and add that wherever I need to. So even if you don't have the item, you can add it onto your hotbar real quick, and... put it down as a ghost. That's how I built all these. Was I just drug out belts and made ghost copies of them for planning purposes. And as you saw before, you can blueprint ghosts. So that's kind of what I'm doing for the chemical plant blueprint right up over here. I built it all out as a ghost, and I made the blueprint, and then I test build it over here. If I find I messed something up in the test build, I come back to the ghost, I replace things in the ghost itself, and then I come back over, I recreate the blueprint, and then I come over and test it again. So that should get you started with all of the basic blueprint functions. Keep in mind, though, once you unlock logistics bots and you start putting roboports down, or you build a personal roboport, and you have construction robots, either in your inventory for a personal roboport, or in the roboport itself for the ones that you place on the ground, they will start pulling resources from these yellow and red chests, the passive provider chest and the storage chest. Any items that are stored in those two chests and within the reach of the roboport, or if it's your personal roboport, anything stored in your inventory, the robots will go and build those items on the ground. Now, you can notice my personal roboport's not doing anything. That is because I have toggled mine off. See, as soon as I turn it on, my robots are like, hey, let's go build that stuff. But we don't want them to do that. A little bit of get ops in Factorio, yeah. Let's see here. This is kind of related to blueprints, but more related to robots than anything. This is 8 entities are missing the materials for construction, and we can select and see where it's at. Oh, over there. There's stuff that needs to be built by robots that's within the range of the roboports, but they don't have the materials for. And we're not worried about that right now. Normally, you'd be worried about that, but this is stuff that I know that they don't have access for and isn't breaking anything right now. I think that covers all the basics on blueprinting. If you have further questions, feel free to ask them. I should probably replace these pipes back to ghosts. I had accidentally built them up. Doing these one at a time so I don't forget what I've removed. Oh, another useful thing. Q. Q is pick. It will let you mouse over an item or a ghost on the map, hit Q, and it puts it in your hand. So now we have an underground pipe in our hand. Just like we had clicked it off the belt. If we wanted a pump, there we go. We've got a pump in our hand now. So your next step now is currently that chem plant. Yes. I'm most of the way done with it. I just fixed an issue where I was locking the belt down here for, this was where, so this was originally, there was no splitter here, and we were bringing in a split line of copper plates and steel plates. And that was coming down here, and it was getting held here if we had copper plates in this box. And there was copper plates coming onto here and steel plates coming onto here and feeding into this line. These were overflows from the work process in the plant. So we wanted the overflows to be expended before we had the feed that's coming in to go through. But what I realized in practice over here was if we ran out of steel plates in the box, but we still had copper plates in the box, the steel plates would not keep going along this line because they'd be stuck. So we had to change it up so that we split the line and steel plates are paused back here, copper plates are paused over here, and that way both of these boxes can feed in if they need to the main line to feed the machines. So we fixed that. That's the bottom of this, fixed copper plus steel belt, paused with one chest empty. And then the other one is set RS latch for fluid values to prevent single craft switching. And so what was happening here with that other one is we've got... Yeah, so right here, this is the value of how much fluid we want to have for any of the particular fluids that we store in these containers. If we have less than 5,000 units of the fluid, it enables making more of it. However, what we're running into is like, okay, we'll make 5,000 petroleum gas. Once we get to 5,000, it stops and tries to select a new recipe. If the next recipe uses petroleum gas, it'll make one craft of that recipe, realize we're below 5,000 on petroleum gas, and have to switch back to the petroleum gas recipe, which is very time intensive on the entire system. We want this to switch recipes as little as possible, because we have to drain this entire pipe of fluid before moving on to the next recipe. And that can be a big old pain. So we need to make a latch so that it says, hey, if you're under 5,000, start making more of this until you get to, say, 10,000 or 15,000, and then stop. And that way it has a buffer that it can go through and burn through before having to switch back and start crafting more of it again. So that's what we're doing next, is making an RS latch. Which we've already done right here for draining the fluids out of the system. Now we're going to need to make one for making fluids in storage. Let's see here. So how do we want to do this? So we already have all of these going to this. So yeah, this is no longer going to be any fluid less than 5K. It's going to have to be a signal that we send. Yeah. Sounds complicated, button, paper logical, and no, you're not Spock. The RS latch is one of the more basic circuits that you'll build. It's really useful for things like steam power once you have solar going. It makes it so that you only run your steam power when your solar power isn't adequate to cover everything else, which reduces your pollution footprint. The wiki actually has a really good thing on the circuits in general, but there's a whole section on the latches. Where are you? Latches. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. So this will take you to the latch section on the wiki. And that'll teach you how to make a basic RS latch. The general idea is like what I said. You'll have a value that you want something to start happening at, but you have another value above that that you want to have something stop happening at. Or the opposite. You have a high value that you want something to start happening at, and you have a low value that you want it to stop happening at. It basically prevents the bouncing, like I said with the fluids, where it's like, oh, we made just enough to no longer trigger making it anymore, but as soon as we use any of it, we have to go and make more of it again. This lets you build up a buffer. All right, so we're gonna grab a copy of these right here. This one as well? No, that was just the timer one. Okay. So... did this copy the connections as well? It did. Good. Wish I could name these things. That would be really useful if I could name the combinators. Guess I could put descriptions on them. I should probably put descriptions on all of these so I know what they do. That's going to take some time, but it'll save me time in the future, that's for sure. Oh, this is all timer stuff. Right. I switched this over to a timer setup. So I don't need that. Yeah, let's just make this fresh. So we need a decider combinator. And into there, well, let's make the... actually, that one we can do. Yeah, that we can copy directly. This is pure latch right here. So just that. Boom. So what this does is this says, hey, if the S signal is greater than the R signal, then go ahead and output S1. And that's all on the green wire. So let's go ahead and connect a green wire from the output back to the input. That way we're always putting at least S1 in there. So if we get any other S signal, that will make S greater than R. Otherwise, if we are getting at least one R, we're going to shut off S. All right, so we've got that. We want... we're going to want another decider. Oops. Just a ghost. Oh, I was fixing the ghosts over here. Let me do that before I forget. That has light oil greater than 0 as the filter. And it is going to the output of that. With a red line. What? Oh, I disconnected that one. And connect that. And this was light oil. Light oil greater than 0, right? Greater than 0, yes. Decider, I hardly know her. Alright. Now all those are ghosts again. Good. Did I need this still? No, I don't need that anymore. Alright. So this should be all of our inputs. Let's put those on red. So we're reading all 4 of these tanks now. Yeah, those are the only tanks we care about. Because this one... we can't make that in a chem plant. This is a buffer, that's a buffer, that's a buffer. Yeah. Okay. So for each of these inputs, if it is how do we want to do this? We want to say if it is less than 5,000, we want to output S1. And that output should be green. We're inputting on red, that's fine. Okay. So this will be our start condition. We're going to tell this, hey, if we have too little of this stuff, send an S to here, and it's going to start up the system. What has been your most complicated build so far? If it's on another planet, don't worry. Sure, there's going to be something that's going to make your mind explode just guessing here. I actually haven't been to the other planets yet. I've been busy making blueprints on Novice. I haven't even built a rocket yet. I've played plenty of times before Space Age, but since Space Age started, I've been too enamored with all of the circuitry and blueprint changes they've made. And I've been making a bunch of that stuff. Let's see here. It depends on what you mean by complicated. If you just mean large, I've built out some city block stuff before that take up massive areas of the map on a real world. In those, man, they're well outside of like the zoom level. Like I've built stuff that's bigger than the zoom area. That initial zoom area, at least. If you mean like how it works with circuitry, this is actually kind of getting up there with some of the more complex things I've built, because they've added some complexity options to the circuitry, and it lets you do some really neat things. So this is actually probably one of the more complex things I've built. This right here, this chemical plant, all-in-one setup. That big? Yeah, you can get gigantic setups. In fact, one of the things I want to do after I'm done with my first playthrough is somebody else had done a city block blueprint a long time ago. Yeah, version 17, back before 1.0. And if we look at this book, so if we zoom out, actually, let's go to the map. So we zoom out, that's the size of one city block. Now, this is why you use the lock to grid in the blueprinting for things like city blocks. You pick a uniform block size, and then you lock everything to that block size, and you lock it to the grid. So that's one city block, and you can see it's y minus 2, or x minus 2, y minus 4. If we go up through the blueprint book, this goes all the way up to... So the start is x minus 3, y 8. So like right here. So that means that this is x minus 3, x minus 2, x minus 1, x equals 0. And then y 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So with it starting up in that far corner, the middle of the base is right there. So it's a giant set. And then you come all the way down through here. And it goes to x3, y minus 8. So another 8 over that way, and 3 more down this way. So yeah, this has a ton of stuff. I want to make a updated version of the city block book, but not on this playthrough. We'll do it on another one. Guess what it is then, or what you're building got you? I don't understand what you're asking. But yeah, the people will build the city blocks to like be just massive mega bases. You can have gigantic bases. And all it is doing things like this, but on a larger scale. It'll be a steel processing area that's like 5 times this size. And you'll have trains running everywhere, and it's crazy. Alright, we can add the R signal now. And so this, we want to output R1 when... Okay, and in this case, we also want to connect all of these. I guess I could just connect like this. I wonder if that would work. I think it does. So we go each and greater than or equal to, let's say, 15,000. Set. That will output R1. And we want to output that on red to here. There we go. R on red, S on G, on green. City block, or like your build now with circuits, can make it complicated. Going from, okay, what am I building and how I'm building it? Big, small circuits, yes or no, basically. Oh, yeah. You can definitely... So, there's another one that Brian's Bootstrap. He has a neat setup where in the blueprint, you have the final, like, phase 4 base. This is like a set of stuff to get you going early and get you going towards building your first rocket quickly. I don't think this is updated for Factorio 2.0. So yes, this is updated. So that's like the final phase, but he's trimmed it down so that even when you're starting at the beginning, you start with this. And, well, here, I can just show you. Let's go like this. And we'll come up over here. So if you put this down right here, and then you move on to the next... Oops, I shouldn't have closed that. You move on to the next step, you can see that it matches up with the old blueprint. So you can just expand what you have and go there. And then the next step matches up as well. Right here, I think it is. There? No. Where does it match? It's turned. Right here. Maybe? No. Right here? No. Oh, I see. I messed up with how I put that. That should be like this. Aha, yes. Like that. There we go. I knew that matched up some way. And so as he expands out, everything kind of matches up, and you don't need to deconstruct what you had. to go. And yeah, you can make your blueprints so that they kind of match up like that if you have like a set foundation you want to make. The way I tend to make my blueprints is I make them modular and tileable. So I do something like this green circuit blueprint. And so you've got this here, and that's going to make a certain amount of green circuits. However, I can just put this right here, and you can see the underground belts connect to each other. That bottom belt will just need one more clicked in place, and it'll connect. And boom. We just add a belt, and it's good to go. We can do like that. And now it's doubled in size, and we can keep stretching that out. I like to make my builds like that so that I can make them as big or as small as I need them. Kind of customize them for my current needs. But yeah, city block ones are essentially a pre-planned thing for the most part, because they have to work in a very specific setup. You can make generic city blocks that you just fill in as well, where it's just you put down a bunch of concrete and power and roboports, and then you fill in the contents of the city block with whatever you need. But most people that do city blocks will have a pre-planned setup with perfectly balanced inputs and outputs, things like that. Okay, and so I can go ahead and cut all of this and move it down to like right here. Yeah. Yeah, right there. And then the output from here on green should come over to here. Oh, those are on green as well. Oh, those don't need to be on green anymore, though. So yeah, we can put this on green and output to right there. And now we change this to S. On green is greater than or equal to 1. That should be right. Yeah. And oh, input count. Everything on red. So what is the red line? The red line on this doesn't look like there is a red line. Oh yeah, there is. Coming from here? Ah, okay. Right, that passes on the priority value. And that's going to get passed up to here, which, yeah, puts it in there. Okay. Oh. No, that is not what we want to do. Ooh. Okay, how do we do this? Oh, how do we want to do this? We're not going to be able to pass along a simple S. Can I do this without building a separate circuit for each one of these? Because the problem is I need to pass along which of the fluids needs to be produced, not just produce a fluid. Oh, I did that over here already. Right. Needed to be... So this says if S is there... Right. Okay. So we need another and. Evaluates condition for each input signal individually. So on the green wire, we're also going to want to bring along the values. Yeah. So we're going to want... We do want the green wire coming from each of these. And then we add condition, and on the green wire, each is less than 5,000. Is that right? So what that will say... No, we want this less than 15,000, right? Oh no, that's still not going to work right. Because if we set it less than 5,000, then it's going to stop telling it to process, even though the S signal is still there when we're working our way up to 15,000. If we tell it 15,000, yeah, we're going to have to send each one along individually. So this is going to be more along the lines of what I did here, maybe? Put those... No, not quite like that. Oh, actually... No, we don't need a latch for this. All we do is... Well, no, we do want to latch that. Am I really going to have to do an individual one for each of these? So my general idea would be check each of them. And if it is less than 5K, that passes. Oh, what if we make it an... No, an or wouldn't work. Less than 5K. Yeah, this wouldn't work like that. So what we're looking at is we do need the latch. But we're going to have to latch for everything. Yeah. Which is basically what we did here. But we output a 1. Right, we output a 1. And that went to the pumps. This output 1 of each. And went up to here. Where we then, yeah, multiplied by that. Yeah, so that's how we need to do it. So it is similar to this setup. So let's go ahead and cut that and put it here, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so that gets us our basic output, or our S signal, which we don't want going here. We want that going here. And then we can take a red line and bring that over to here to share those signals. And so here we want to check if we have let's see here. So the way this is going to work is it's going to send an S until we hit 15K. Then it's going to stop sending the S. So the first thing we want to check for is the S. Is S greater than or equal to 1. And that's going to be on the green line. Our output needs to be... No, we can't do that yet. Add condition and each on the red. These, let's say... No, that's still not going to work. Am I really gonna have to do this separately for everyone? I feel like I keep running into the same circle. It's going to test each one. But this S value isn't contained based on which fluid. So really, what we're looking at is something more like this, rather than an RS latch. Well, no, because we do it here. This is different because we want to empty everything no matter what. This, we need to be more selective. All right, let's build the big version with lots of circuits first, and then see if we can compress it. That's probably the smarter way to do it. Okay, let's just build that down over here then. First of all, I'm gonna grab red lines from each of these. I cannot reach, of course. Okay. So we're inputting all of our fluids here. And we're going to say anything that is less than 5,000. Well, no, we're going to want to do specific... I just said I want to do one at a time and then mess that up. So let's go ahead and just get rid of that. And let's move you over here. Let's do that. Oops. Make sure we get the ghost. All right. So we're going to do this. And this is petroleum gas. And we want to know if it is less than, oops, 5,000. We will output petroleum gas, but just as a 1. Oh, this might actually work. Ooh, yeah, this might work entirely. We do this, and yeah, I bet I can make this work with each. So we output that, and we'll output that on green here. So if it is too low, send a 1. In here, we want to know, is there a... Yeah, is this greater than or equal to 1? Then output this as a 1. Is that what we want? Kind of, because we're going to loop back in the reset condition. And so that's the ultimate output. Like, hey, do this thing. So then we want the reset condition. And we're going to bring that in on a red line if it will reach. There we go. And we're going to say, hey, petroleum gas greater than or equal to 15,000. Output petroleum gas as a 1. Actually, ooh. So we could set that as an R. That's our reset. And so we bring that into here, and we tell it we want this to be greater than the R signal on the red. That's on the green. And we should be looping these back around as well. Yeah. Okay. So just instead of outputting an S, we're outputting 1 of whatever this thing is. Okay. Just had to wrap my head around it a little bit. And then we will need a... not a decider. Yeah, we'll need an arithmetic combinator to get the signal correct. So let's So we do that. Instead of outputting S, we output each with a signal of 1. So each of the fluids will output a signal of 1 if they are at less than 5K. Each of those fluids will take that signal of 1 and loop it back around if they are greater than R. Okay. And then, yeah, each of these, if they're greater than or equal to 15K, create R1, which will come in here and bop that. Yeah. As long as it's 2 by... Let's see here. Do I have this right? Yeah, so if a fluid is less than 5,000, then we're... Oh, we need a separate R signal for each fluid. Ooh. So, what we actually need to do for this is output each at a 1. Yeah. And making sure it's on the red line. Okay. By keeping them separate on red and green, we can do that. And that's going to be comparing each one to its own type. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to work. So it's going to combine or compare petroleum gas to petroleum gas. It's going to compare lubricant to lubricant. Pretty sure that's how that works. And so I can get rid of these. We don't need this. We are going to want this, but each? Yeah. And we're only going to pass along the each from the red wire. There we go. And so we need to pass this on a green wire from here to there. And all of these green wires need to go. There we go. I think that's right. So let's step through the process. Petroleum gas goes under 5,000. This circuit evaluates to be a 1. And outputs along this green line to here. So that gives us a 1 on green. This circuit evaluates less than 5K to not be greater than or equal to 15K. So we do not output a 1 on here, which would come back around to this spot. So this is a 0. and this is a 1. That means this is greater than that, and we output a 1. That then bumps us up to a 2 while we're underneath 5,000. That means we're going to pass along a 2 to this location right here, which is greater than or equal to 1. And as long as petroleum gas is enabled in here with a priority, which in this case it's 11, it would come in here and that would pass an 11. So we'd have an 11 and a 2. Both of these conditions are true. It'll pass along the 11 on the red wire to the recipe priority selection. Now, when this hits over 5,000 but less than 15,000, this will stop putting out a 1, but because we have... Do we have the loop on this? I think we do. No, we did not. Okay. So because we have looped the output to the input, and there's still a 0 here, and this 1 loops back around into there and keeps 1 for here. So 1 is still greater than 0, and it continues to output 1 here, which is still greater than or equal to 1. So we went from 2 down to 1 for this signal here. Then when we hit 15,000 or higher, this signal kicks in with a 1, which then makes this condition not true, because 1 is not greater than 1, which then stops broadcasting the 1 here and puts it at 0, which means we get a 0 here, and petroleum gas stops sending its recipe priority along the line. Got it. Okay, so we've fixed both of those issues. We just need to test them now. Let's come into our blueprint, chemical plant. Let's redo the blueprint, please. All right, so we recopy our blueprint and save that. And now I get to do this bit of mess over here. I think what I'm gonna do is turn on my RoboPort. Yeah, turn on my RoboPort. And I'm going to tell them to remove this right here. It's gonna grab all those items. Let's go ahead and pull up that. Go, bots, go. Alright, this should still fit in here. We want to turn like that, and we're gonna match up right there. What is happening there? Why do we have an underground pipe there? And why do we have underground there? Going to force it. I think I'm going to leave. Oh, did I not change this? Oh, yeah, I need to change that parameter. So... Oh, no. Again. Again. I guess I can just remove these since I just blueprinted this And I can then just drop this back down on there. Like this. Oh, but I need to fix these. So in this blueprint, we want to look at our parameters. So this should actually be minimum fluid to store. And then there should be... Oh, that's a 5,000 as well? Uh-oh. Where is that parameter at? Why don't I see the 15,000 anywhere? I guess I'll throw down this blueprint and see what I get. If I change this to 7,000, does that change it in here? That changed that one. Why is this not available? Because I definitely want that one. 600. Oh, okay, that's the timer. That's what the 600 is. There was a second 5,000 in there. And I don't know where that was at. Huh, yeah, I don't know where that other one was at. Why was there a second Oh, I bet I know. Let's go ahead and erase this. Was that number too big for the field? I bet this is a 15,000. It is. Okay, so this is going to be... max fluid to store. And that's going to start at a 15, and we're going to make that a parameter. There we go. So now we have both the minimum and maximum fluid to store, and the max items to store. Perfect. Are these priorities all correct? No, these are not what I want the default priorities to be. Those, I believe, I set down below, so I should probably go and adjust that. And then we should adjust that in here as well for good defaults. So, right here. Nope, not there. There. Go ahead and... Actually, can I... No, I can't see the numbers easily. I'm going to go ahead and take some screenshots of these so I can remember what they are. So there's one. And then I need the priorities here, which are pretty straightforward. shift this a little bit. There we go. Get those. And then these over here. There we go. That right down here. Get all of these tiled up. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. All right, let's go set those as our default values over here, because I think that's a decent starting point. Right there. All of these should be 1. Then in here, we will make this a 6, this an 8, because we don't need to keep them separate for parameter reasons anymore. This 5, or we don't need a high count of numbers anymore. Yeah, this is a 5. A 4 for the batteries. And a 2 for the plastic. Then down here, we want a 9 for the petroleum gas. A 7 for the sulfuric acid. A 3 for the lubricant. And a 10 for the light oil. Okay, so that's saying make light oil if you don't have enough. Then make petroleum gas. Then make sulfur. Then, because it needs sulfur, make the sulfuric acid. And then make flamethrower ammo and explosives and batteries. Then make lubricant. Then make plastic. And then, failing everything else, make solid fuel of whatever liquid or whatever fluid we have the most of. Yeah. Oh, that might be a problem. This is going to run into the same issue that this was running into. The whatever fluid we have the most of is going to keep changing. And that's going to cycle that quickly. Maybe we tell it not to... Can we tell this not to read again for a while? Unless we have these each be their own priority. Then that's going to change things. Yeah, we may have to do this as 1 through 12 instead. And you'll just have to say, like, hey, what do you want to use? Oh, what a pain. Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. So if we set this as a 3... and this, let's see here. Probably this as a 2. Use the petroleum gas last. Yeah, that'll be fine. Because in general, you're using less light oil than everything else. Than petroleum gas, rather. I'm thinking of that right, aren't I? This produces, yeah, about the same amount of light oil as petroleum. But in general, we're using a lot more petroleum than light oil. Yeah, because we're only using light oil for this or for this. Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. That means we're going to have to boost everything up by 2. So this goes to 8. That goes to 10. This goes to 7. This goes to 6. This goes to 4. Then over here, everything up by 2. So this goes to 11. This goes to 9. This one goes to 5. And this one goes to 12. And so these constant combinators are providing the priority for our recipes. The higher the number, the higher priority the recipe has. And what that means is as long as we meet the requirements to produce that recipe, basically everything that is under the value needed to tell it, hey, make this item, gets sent into here. And then this will take the items based on the highest priority number and make those. So it'll make 12 before it makes 11, before it makes 10. But if 12 needs to be made and 11 is full and 10 needs to be made, it'll make 12, skip 11, and go to 10. Okay. I think that's good on the priorities. Yeah. Okay. Let's blueprint this again. And we're going to have... blueprint this again. And we're going to need to change the parameters a little bit. Oh, all of these changed. All of these changed. Oh, no. Why did it not keep the names on those? It's not like anything other than the number changed. Oh, but they were all tied to the number. Right. So these probably aren't even correct anymore either. Oh, no, I can see what they're for. Okay, good. We don't want that. We don't want that. Oh, I may have to change that one to something else temporarily. This is flamethrower ammo. Copy. Oh, we got to change these to 12. So this is, yeah, flamethrower ammo. I think that's right. All right. Pretty sure that's what that's called, is flamethrower ammo. That is sulfur. This is explosives. Battery. Go. Plastic. Light oil, a solid fuel from light oil. Solid fuel from heavy oil. And let's copy this priority thing again. This is sulfuric acid. And this is lubricant. Okay, save all of that. Save this, but we're going to have to come in here and temporarily change this off of a 1 because too many things are on 1. We'll just make it 1, 4, 3 just to be easy to spot. Okay, blueprint again. And then into here, there should be a 1, 4, 3. There we are. And we're going to make that... right there, from petroleum gas. Right? Yes. That should be a 1 by default. Hopefully that doesn't mess things up. Look at the priorities. That's good. Nope. Throws all those other things in there. I see. I see what happened. Alright. Let's... Oh, I may have to do this 2 through whatever. 2 through 13. Because of how many 1s I have in here doing other things. Maybe. These all need to be marked as parameters. Wait. No, that's not right. Cut that. Should have a 143 down here again. We're going to make that a parameter. Save. Then if we come back up here, if I change this value, does that mess things up? It does. Okay. So that needs to be... I guess we'll just change it like this. We'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm going to change all these to 13. There we go. Okay. Oh, these all need to be 2 to 13. Might be easier to just do that. If I double click this, it's not going to do it. It's fine. Should be able to do it easy enough like this. Could have done that in the first place. I can't do that. Not on this copy. I've already messed it up. Okay, let's copy this. Cancel out of this. Blueprint again. Done. Parameters. All right, let's do all of these. 2 to 13 for all of these. Cut that out. We don't need that. Wondering where I have all those. Oh, those are just to show the inputs. Right. So yeah, we definitely don't want that being a parameter. Oh, I guess I could set all of those to 0, and that would solve this problem. Yeah, so what if we set all of those to 0? Is that going to mess anything up? Oh, that's going to mess the T up. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we use 1 too many places. Let me make sure I don't use any of these other numbers on some other parameter that's going to get messed up. Ooh, I do have a 50 right there. Which is definitely going to mess something up. Where is that 50 in the circuit network? Oh, it's a 50 on the fuel. Oh, no, no, okay, that's right. Max items to store. We want both of those to change at the same time. So that one's fine. Yeah, this is the only one where it would be an issue if we mess that up. X and circuit condition, W not equal to 1. Yeah, we don't want to change any of those. That would be bad. We don't want to change those zeros either. So... go. Copy on that. And come on down to here. Fuel from... fuel from petroleum gas priority, and we make that a 2 and make it a parameter. Nothing else is on there. Good. Yes, yes, yes. All right. And that means that that goes to a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, not 19, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Okay. Now we've got our parameters. Hey Trisha, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Ooh, cave's a good day. Short nap, then game on. All right. Enjoy your nap. Okay. So 2 to 13. Change our description so it matches. Let's add a note, a value of 1, interferes with some circuit conditions. There we go. Disable an output, set its priority to -1. Solid fuel will draw from the largest quantity of petroleum gas or light heavy oil. No longer the case. Yeah, so we can get rid of that. Solid fuel can draw from the largest quantity of petroleum gas or light heavy oil. If priorities are identical, but can cause frequent recipe changes. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Good, good. I think that's finally going to be correct. That way we leave a little bit of circuitry in there that's not necessary, but will give you more options if you want them. This goes right here. Let's overwrite those pipes and kind of fix things up. So do this, and I'm going to leave the priorities as they are. Okay, so that's going to switch that underground there. All right, let me see what this actually does. Okay, that seems fine. Let's get these replaced. Oh, put steel in there, put copper in there. And that, yeah, that halts the steel coming in. I'm pretty sure. Let's find out. Yeah, okay, so that's halted. And that's halted. Perfect. Let's put that little bit of steel in there. Let's put this little bit of copper in there. Sweet. So I think we can test this again. Or is it already going? Yeah. Cracking heavy oil. Need to get that pipe fixed. Oh, we can remove that. There we go. Heavy oil is there. Input output is light oil right now. Why is that? Yeah, because it wants to make light oil to put in the tank. Actually, no, that shouldn't be right. Why is it making light oil? Light oil should have... shouldn't have triggered this. So none of these are any of the 15K, right? Oh, I see. Am I? No, I'm not bringing in those raw numbers. That should be outputting just a 1 right there. This should just be outputting 1s here if it needs to, which it's not. The green and the red outputs, yeah, should only be 1s. So right now the only thing should be sulfuric acid. Where is it getting these values from? Those values shouldn't be available on any of its lines. Oh, I see. I see. We need to use... Actually... Why would we have... Oh, I never disconnected these. That's what's happened. That's not what I wanted either. What the... No, stop! this. That. What? Quit connecting to the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. Now that should be correct. Yeah, perfect. So is it not doing these individually checked? Looks like it might not be. Oh, I may have to run each of these separately. So yeah, that's not outputting for any of them. And there's no lubricant, so that's why we're not getting any signal there. Hey Pat, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. What was that? Witchcraft? What witchcraft? Spaghetti? Nah, no spaghetti here. No spaghetti at all. Which witchcraft are you talking about? Sent that witchcraft message 5 minutes ago? Yeah, I got distracted by my blueprint. Sorry. That's why I'm not sure which witchcraft you were talking about. So yeah, the only thing coming through should be sulfuric acid. But it's looping back through everything. Oh, and I guess because none of them reached... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Because none of them reached 15,000 yet. Oh, but that means that they're going to re-enable anytime they drop under 15, isn't it? Do I need to make that a -1? I wonder. So... No, that wouldn't be right. What's the solution to that? Do I need to just check each of these individually? So do I need to check petroleum gas, light oil, lubricant, and sulfuric acid against what if I say each here? Oh, I can't say each here. So against the same sulfuric acid, petroleum gas, light oil, and lubricant. Say lubricant, then click light oil. Good job. Those need to be on the greens. These need to be on the reds. And so output, any of the input signals meet the condition will pass. It's false when there are no inputs. Once the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions, respecting signal order in both cases. If all signals meet the condition will pass. It's true when there are no inputs. Output all input signals. I don't think everything's going to be right. Oh, no. I guess it is. Yeah, so that's 2 right now. These are nulls. Yeah. Okay, so we had to do this a little differently. Rather than use the everythings. That's fine, though. So that should work. So that was this decider? Yeah. Yeah, that one right there. So we'll copy that. Looks like bot's building for you. No, 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 no. Stop that. Shoot. Silly bots. There. That is correct now. Let's remove these pipes too. Oh, I redid that blueprint multiple times without all the right pipes. So, let's get the correct pipes over here. We will copy just everything over there. And get it lined up with that pump. And go. There we go. Now we're all set there. Yes. And redo this blueprint. Perfect. Save. Okay. But yeah, the bots can build for us through our personal Roboport. We've got 10 construction bots on us. Personal Roboport can hold a robot limit of 10. So you can go out and build things that we have materials for in our inventory. Okay, so this is now waiting for petroleum gas, which should be coming out here. Coming through here. Good. This pump is not on. It's disabled right now. So the question is, why is this pump disabled? We do have the available petroleum gas. And so the pump is disabled by the red line right here. This is outputting the... Let's see here. Those are on the red line. So we don't have an S, and we don't have... I want water, petroleum, and sulfur. Ingredients that are part of in-craft recipes. Read ingredients. Outputs the ingredients required for the currently set recipe. Read ingredients should not include the sulfur. It should only be getting the stuff for the currently... Yeah, regardless, though, it has petroleum gas listed there. But we don't have an S signal. Why is that? Because it's counting water somewhere. There's no water there. Oh, there is water in... How did we get water in here? Oh, I must have really messed up a line somewhere. Looks like that's not the case, so let's just flush this pipeline. There we go. Now we're going. So we're making sulfur. And that's going to store up to 50 sulfur until the recipe changes. We're out of petroleum gas? Why does that keep turning off? Oh, I see. Oh, I'm gonna need to fix that. This is not working the way it should. This is 100% not working the way it should. So what's happening is it pumps until it reaches the tank, and it's like, oh, there's stuff in here. We need to stop these pumps until we empty everything out. Yeah, that's not what we want. Now is it just completely stuck? No, it's got an S. There's nothing in there. Nothing in there. Should be outputting everything that it needs. Yeah, why is that? Oh, it's working, but... Oh, that pipe's broken. Right, because we changed how that pipe was set up. That might actually be the entire issue here. Okay, yeah, it was just that pipe being messed up. So now we're making petroleum gas, and we should make that until we reach 15K. It shouldn't stop at 5,000. Let's find out. Or if we run out of light oil. Which, ooh, that... Oh, the light oil has a higher priority, so if we go under 5,000 light oil, it's going to switch recipes. Yeah, but it is still swapping these back and forth. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that latch. Probably do something similar to what I did here instead. How did you end up with petroleum gas in there? Who told you to make... Oh, right. So this is messing us up. Ingredients that are part of in-craft recipe. Ingredients, productions, trash slots, items, fluids in crafting. So yeah, the issue we're running into is this read ingredients is passing along the output as well, which I don't think it's supposed to be doing. I'm pretty sure that's a bug, but that's messing up our pump setup because it's also trying to pump the output as well, which is then messing up our setup. We have to drain that stuff and wait for the next thing to get pumped in. What a pain. Yeah, and so this is disabled right now. But it's going to enable in a moment here. That's disabled. That's disabled. So the question is, why did that disable? Because it doesn't have an S. Yeah. Yep, and there goes the input signal for the petroleum gas. Okay, let me play with this a little bit. Oh, I'm going to need to make one of those. Chemical plant. Alright, there's that. And so, let's take a look at this recipe right here. And say we want to connect that to you with a green wire. And we want to read everything. And we tell it to read ingredients. That's working fine. Oh, is it because we have set recipe as well? Let me get a constant combinator. And we will just set that to petroleum gas. We'll set that on the red wire. Okay, so that's set. We're reading ingredients. Is it because those are on the same color wire? So, yeah, I bet it's because they're on the same color wire. So if I change that to a green, will that matter? Ooh, it will kind of. If I change this one to a green, will it matter? No, it won't. Okay. So we undo this, and we replace it with a green wire. And that fixes this. We want oil, we want heavy oil. Or water, heavy oil. The problem is, yeah, we have heavy oil. It's emptying this and emptying that. Once that empties, we should be pumping in heavy oil. And yeah, there we go. Okay, so I need to change the color on those cables, because we're getting the signal from the constant combinator. Or from the selector, rather. I am, however, going to also need to figure out how to fix this latch. Because it's not working the way I expected it to work. Alright, well, let's go change that cable first, and then address this issue. So, over here, we don't want this to be a red cable anymore. We want it to be a green cable. Although, there seems to be a green cable going somewhere over here. Oh, on the working one. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Was that not set to a green on mine. Oh, that's not going to work if I have it set to red. And it's only got a green line coming in. That could be an issue. Let's see here. So yeah, that should be a red line right there, not a green. Or I just need to swap those. Yeah, it's already got a green coming from right here, which is the T, right? Yeah. So we definitely want that to be a red. There we go. That means that needs to be fixed over here as well. Right here. Yep. So let's get rid of that on the green. And change that to a red. And that should work properly now. Which I think fixes the latching problem we were having. Because now it'll know when the work is actually done. Yeah, looks like maybe not. Well, we stopped getting an S again. Why? So working is not equal to 1, and it's been a while. Shouldn't be the case. It should just keep working. I guess... Oh, we're running out of heavy oil. And so we run out of heavy oil, and it stops working, and it's like, oh, let's move on to the next recipe because we don't have ingredients for this. Right. And I'm just not making enough heavy oil right now. And so this is going to run out of heavy oil. Yeah, it's down to 21. Slowly draining that out. We're not quite going to get up high enough there. Are we just not making any? I bet. Yeah, that's full. Clear that, please. There we go. Now we're making oil again. Not quite as fast as we would like, but hopefully enough to keep up with this recipe. Cool. Now it's working. Ah, so that was the issue. We were running into a resource shortage. Is this actually going to work? It's looking like it's going to work. I'm super excited for this. Is that belt turned off? It is. Good. So we're at 11k light oil. We're slowly running out there. 12k. It's not going up very fast, but that's fine. And the thing is in general, like normally this isn't going to be as much of a problem because we're going to be feeding light oil and petroleum gas into this whole system as well. because our oil production will be producing heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas. So we won't need to be doing as much splitting as we're doing right now. Mostly it's going to come down to a balance thing, I guess, of... Are you going to be able to... Are you going to be able to... You keep your oil splitting from backing up based on the things that you're producing. Ooh, that's going to get really close there. Don't think we're going to make it to 15K before this runs out, and it's going to try to cycle. But then we'll build up some heavy oil, and it might be all right. But yeah, we're making it slightly slower than we're consuming it. 20 per second. And this is producing... I guess 25 every 5 seconds, yeah. Wait, is this 20 per second? Yeah. So once that runs out, it's going to try to pump stuff out. Actually, we might make it to 15K. We're really close. I have a feeling it's going to run out right before we hit 15, though. Oh, no, because we were at like 20-something, and it's gone through a couple thousand. We got a couple thousand in the pipe network. That should be fine. How we doing? Oh, there's 15K almost. It's rounded to 15, but it's still getting there. So that pretty soon should send a stop signal. So we should stop making light oil as soon as we hit that 15K, or shortly after. So the recipe should change at any moment now. That still has light oil there. Why? That's still outputting light oil. Oh, haha, because I have this facing the wrong way. This is less than or equal to 15K. That's why that wasn't working properly. Oh, I can probably fix this. Wait, no, that's right. I had it right the first time. Send it when it's greater than or equal to 15K. Yeah, that's right. And that disables... That should be disabling this. Why is that still passing a signal? Only these two are true. Oh, I see. We don't want to pass everything. We want to pass anything? Yeah. We want anything, not everything. There we go. Let's change that. And so it's got to drain that heavy oil out of there. We will change this over here to anything rather than everything. Sweet. That's all good. And we get the light oil into there now. Perfect. Okay, why did that switch? This is still not true. Why did it pass a true? How much is in there? Less than 15K. Yeah, we look good. All right, let's watch that again. Nope, it's switched again. Why? Why did it start giving us heavy oil? Why is that the recipe right now? Okay, let's watch this again. Why does it throw light oil in there? What is causing that? Why is light oil true right now? Because... oh. Because we burned it down to under 5K. Okay. Wow, yeah. And we don't have much in the way of heavy oil in there. Why? Oh, I guess this has been using heavy oil as well. Well, no, because this lubricant's full. Where's all that heavy oil been going? Like, you've been working this whole time. Should at least be some in here. No, I guess we built up that light oil pretty fast. I think I see what's happening. It's this tank. This tank is the issue. And there's no way for me to limit how much goes into this tank. So what's happening is this tank is pulling everything. Okay, we need to include this tank in our calculations then. So we're gonna need a power pole for that. That might get things close enough. Let's try it right here. So we're gonna put a power pole right there. And we need a red wire coming from here to there, and then to here. There we go. And that should account for everything being pumped out. Oh, and I should make sure this is only reading green. You should only read green. Yes. Okay, good. And you should only be reading red. Yes. Okay, so it's going to pump those out. It's going to start pumping light oil in, but that shouldn't change our value of light oil as this goes down. So that's under... Yes, perfect. Okay, so we need to put a power pole in and connect a couple of red lines to that tank. So we put the power pole right there, and we go red line from here to the power pole, and then from there to right here. There we go. All right. This is why we troubleshoot our blueprints. So now it knows how much is in the system as a whole, and it's not worried about this. It's going to make the petroleum gas that we need. Yeah, so we actually have a ton of light oil available to us. Oh, because we're actually pulling light oil from over here as well. We are not, however, pulling petroleum gas. Oh, because I was testing the petroleum gas recipe. Right. Well, it looks like that's working, so let's go ahead and hook the petroleum gas up as well. Where do we want to do this? Right here, I guess. No, not right there. Right here. Ah, one too far. There we go. And that should be feeding petroleum gas into the system as well. Well, I guess it's going to be balancing them. Should probably put a pump to only put it in one direction. Otherwise, it's not going to read that properly. So those were balancing. Yeah, let's do this with a... Actually, go right there. We can do the pump right in here. Oh, not quite. Yeah. Gonna have to be right here. Okay, so that's going to pull all of that petroleum gas out, which is going to put that over the 15K limit, which means this should stop working. Why is that still green? Why is that? Okay, well, we're not getting a true there. We are getting a true here. Why is that still getting a 1 as an output? Where is that coming from? Greater than or equal to 15K. That should be the reset. Coming along on the red wire. Yes. Why is that showing that way? Where is that one coming from? Can we turn this off? Is that going to matter? No, that's not going to matter. We do, however, only want that output going on the green. That should only be coming from here, yeah, and this... This is not outputting petroleum. Why is it getting green petroleum right here? What if... Okay, what did we break here? Oh, this is going to be drive me nuts. I don't know what I messed up here. As far as I can tell, that should not be a 1. I don't know where that 1's coming from. Do I change the order here? No, it doesn't seem to do anything. Why is that a 1? The green line... Red and the green. Is it latching it because of this? Maybe it is. It doesn't seem right, though. Do I need to output that on a different color instead? So what if we do this on green and undo this on red and then put this on red and undo the line on green, and then we swap these. And we tell this to output on red instead. No, that won't matter. Yeah, we want to output the green condition. Right, yeah. So this should, yeah, only be putting sulfuric acid out now. This is waiting for petroleum gas. It's draining the... Okay. Ah, okay. So it was because this ended up latching the connection. Okay, so we need to change those wires over here. I should have thought of that before. So, this connection here on the green line, and connect that using green. And then we want to disconnect this on the red. Connect that on the red. Yeah, that's connected on the red. Why couldn't we disconnect that? There we go. So now that's only connected on green. We want... Oh, I connected that to the wrong thing. There we go. And now switch these. And input count from the green. Ooh, yeah, I gotta change that over here too. Input count needs to come from the green. Otherwise it is going to be wrong. There we go. Oh, is this never going to give... This is never going to turn on the lubricant. I can't do an each here. Ooh, how do you fix that? Oh, I guess you could do a constant combinator and put lubricant at a value of... I bet even a value of 0 would be fine. So you don't mess with the value there. And we put that on red. No. So what if we put that at a value of 1? There we go. Now lubricant's in the system. Okay, so we're going to need that as well. 1 for each of these. Let's cut this one. We'll put all these over by their exits, I think. There we go. And let's copy these. And put this all over here. Okay, this one is lubricant at a value of 1. This one is sulfuric acid. This one is light oil. And petroleum gas. And then we connect all of those with a red line to their respective tank. That way, they all know, like, hey, you need to have that going into here. Okay. We'll worry about those other ones later. I will make myself just another 5 of those. And we're out of green circuits. Okay, so this is making flamethrower ammo now. We're already down to that priority. Flamethrower ammo is a priority 9. Right, because I had combat priorities higher than other things. However, that should have meant that... Yeah, why did sulfuric acid not go? It is not working. Okay. Sulfuric acid is here, so is lubricant. Those are... Why is crude oil here? Oh, because of that. That's fine. We don't need to worry about crude oil because it's not in the list. Oh, it's still outputting crude oil. That's fine. Or is it? Yeah, that's fine because we don't have a signal for crude oil from the constant combinator. These, however... Oh, because it's passing the anything signal. Okay, we're going to need to pass everything separately then. So we're going to need to pass each of these, I think. So that should be petrol or sulfuric acid. This should be... Oh, wait a minute. Is that going to work? If I set this to petroleum gas, is it just going to pass petroleum gas? Yeah, it is. That does not work. Okay. I do need this to be an ore. I wish you could add... Oh, you know what? I bet I can do this. Less than 0, or greater than... less than 0. There we go. Which none of those are going to be. And if we set this to an each... Why is it passing all of those? Only on green. What if I tell it... Compare each on red? Yeah, that's still not working right. Am I really going to have to do these individually? I think I am. That is really unfortunate. Yeah, because this is not evaluating true for anything. Oh, because it needs to be a greater than. Okay. So that evaluates true for everything, including the crude oil. Even though there shouldn't be any crude oil on the red line, I don't think. Yeah, there shouldn't be any crude on the red line. So where is it getting that from? Great. Are all of these going to have to go individually? Yeah, I think I need to set a separate decider for all of these. I hate it. So... I think that's going to be okay. We want to connect a red line up to here, and to there, and to there. And then a green line connecting the output to the input on each of them. And then a red line from here to the input on each one. Okay, and that means we want... what's the top one? Petroleum. So we just want this. So output... Oh, but it's still getting stuff other than petroleum in on this signal. Is this the problem then? Do I need to evaluate each of these separately instead? No, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, so if that's greater than that, then output this. Yeah. So let's go ahead and copy those. And if we copy this, and we do this one for light oil instead. Okay, and this one for sulfuric acid. And then this one for lubricant, which that one should turn on right away. Also, why are we not getting a lubricant signal here? You have 2 green lines. Oh, we're missing a green line from here. So that right there. Okay, cool. So that's outputting a lubricant signal. That's nothing, nothing, nothing. Though the sulfuric acid should be outputting. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Just wasn't at first. Okay, so this is wanting to make sulfur. We're draining out oil so that we can bring in petroleum. Yes, yes, yes. It's light oil, 18K, 18K, yeah. Is that being used anywhere else? No, it's not. Let's go ahead and pump that as well. We've got a spot right here where you can put a pump. Go. Drain that out. Okay, what a pain. So let's make sure this works. Oh, is there nowhere for this oil to go? There's nowhere for that oil to go. Because what we need is we need this specifically... yeah, we need that pumping out of the system before anything else comes in. So what we need here is Probably something... So I guess we would need a couple of storage containers. One here. And then one here. And we would need a pump here and a pump here. Connect that. And we want... both of those tied to this. Actually, I need like that. And we want that one always on. Yeah, I guess we don't need a line on this one. This one, however, enable if everything is less than or equal to 0. Yeah. So unless that thing is empty, don't pump. There we go. So that's disabled for right now. This is going to go until it empties everything out. I don't know if that's going to give us enough room here. It did. Okay, good. But that's definitely going to be an issue. Because this isn't running right now. Yeah, we're not consuming a whole lot of oil right now. For right now, I'm just going to empty this. Yeah, right there. That'll be fine. However, is that going to mess things up as we try to draw oil out of this system? Oh, yeah, that just continuously draws oil out of this system. So, let's actually put a line on here. And this pump we will disable if everything is less than, we'll say, 10K? Yeah, 10. Oh, I see what we need to do. I see what we need. This does need to run all the time. We always want that running. This one doesn't pump that direction. It pumps. I guess we don't need this container at all. Yeah. We want this pump right here. And a green circuit. This should start pumping if we are less than 5,000. There we go. There we go. So that should keep it pretty steady. Yeah, that'll keep these pipes full. That should fill this tank up eventually. As we use this oil. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. That should keep this cleared out. So this is making sulfuric acid. Ever so slowly. This is getting past only lubricant and sulfuric acid right now. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so I need to just copy this whole thing right here. Everything I've done right here needs to come on over here. And what's the lineup for that? That would be right here. Yeah. Blammo. Okay. That should be working properly now. How's our pollution looking now that we've actually been making stuff again? It's spreading a little bit. Not too much. We're still okay-ish. Not too shabby, though. Is this... Oh, that does take petroleum gas. So yeah, we're draining our petroleum gas. Our light oil is building up quite quickly. Yeah, so light oil is definitely going to end up being an issue. Which is pretty normal for light oil. You gotta do something with it. Okay. Yeah, that sulfuric acid is a slow... Oh, I see. Now we're running into the thing where we need to switch... Yeah, all of these... have the issue of the recipe switching too often. So we need another measure in here. Where was that? Where is the device that measures that value? Did I just have it built into there? No. Where are these going? Right here? Ah, yeah, it's right there. I guess this would need additional circuitry so that we go up to a particular value. Basically, probably 2 stacks. Just for a start. Oh, but do we have to do it the same as we did this? Or... There's gotta be an easier way to do this, rather than split this out into multiple deciders. This is gonna bother me. I know there's a better way to do this. I wonder if the mall blueprint had something like this. I don't think it did, though. Yeah, because this is not really... This one's not as concerned about swapping recipes quickly. That's no big deal here. For fluids, though, that's a big deal. Although, what's the recipe for this? Sulfur water. Yeah, so it still needs to drain out the petroleum gas, which takes time. All of these are okay. So it's going to get up to 50 sulfur. And then it switches recipes. And it puts in a bunch of sulfur. And then it switches. Yeah, so it takes like half the sulfur. Okay. So that means... How do we want to do this? Yeah, again, it runs into the fact that we need to create a latch that's tied to multiple things that we need to pass along. That one's okay because it's using a different item in the output. Although, without this tied to the green line, is that actually going to be okay? Could we have done an each? Copy one more of these. Put you right here. Oh, I'm out of those. We want a decider. Okay, and so we need green from there, red from there. So red from right here to right there. Green from here to there, and then also to there. Oh, I put the red in the wrong spot. Not like this, but like that. And then from here up to there. That's all your connections, yes. Let's wait to output anything. I don't want to mess up our current recipes. And so if I tell this for each, and for each, and we set... Yeah, green is the measure of how much we have right now. And we want greater than. And then the output is going to be each at 1. It's putting out lubricant and sulfuric acid. Is that actually working correctly? And then if I connect this with a red line, is it still going to be okay? Yes. Okay. I may have fixed this. Lubricant sulfuric acid, yeah. Okay. I think it was the lines being the wrong colors up here that was the problem the whole time. I think that's what it was. That means we could run a similar setup over there. So we would need, let's go ahead and cut that from right here and move it up to here. There. Okay. So that should be outputting the right stuff. Wait, did that? It's only at 12K. Why is that not putting sulfuric acid out anymore? It's not showing it at all, actually. Why? Sulfuric acid, yeah, it doesn't meet the 5K anymore. It's not greater than 15K, though. How did we mess that up? Sulfuric acid is not greater than 15K. Oh, it's not even in the list anymore. Why is sulfuric acid not in the list? Oh, because it's not... So we probably need to put all of these in right now, I guess. Let's do it now. With red lines. And we want this to be petroleum gas. We want this to be light oil. We want this to be sulfuric acid. That means... okay. I do see what's happening, though. Let's add a condition. And on a... Oh, we can't do red or green for this. Oh, how do we fix this problem? So what's happening is we lose the item entirely if it is both, if it's between 15K and 5K. Because it only passes the signal along if it's less than 5K right here. And it only passes this signal along if it's greater than or equal to 15K here. And because we have both colors for separate measurements, we can't really pass a signal along to here. Ooh, how do we do that? How do we do that? So I guess we could bring it on green, and then we can add a arithmetic combinator here. Oh, we already had one. Yeah. I guess we had more decider combinators too I didn't need to make. So we do this, maybe right in here. And that is, yeah, we want off of R here. So the red line should actually go from here to there. Let's get rid of that one. And let's go from here to here. So from output to input. Now on here, we can say, get a green line on each of these. And we can say on green, each add to each on red and output each. I attached those to the wrong thing. That's not what we want. We want these to be going to the constant combinators. There we go. So we do that. We go here. So that's that. And then we also attach the constant combinators on the green line. I guess we could just do this. And so now that's still passing nothing. So the reset signal passes for these two because they're greater than 15K. So that goes... Wait. That output goes here. Why is that going... Oh, no, I see. I see. It's just because it happens to be passing over that point. Okay, so that's going here. And passing essentially a reset. Like, hey, there's a point of reset here. And we're adding 1 to any reset signal that comes through. So minimum reset is 1, when we actually want to reset, it's 2. But we're also passing 1 additional on green here. Okay, and so that's giving us 2. Why do we have 2 on lubricant, though? Lubricant shouldn't be having a 2 on the reset. Where are we getting 2 input? Oh, I see. Yeah, that shouldn't be a green. That should be a red, I guess? Oh, no, I see what I need to do. I need to not connect it here. I need to connect that here. There. Oh, cannot reach. No. Hey, Vault. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. This is why you don't do math. So we do this right here. That's still got the right connection. And green should reach now. No, it doesn't. Okay, how do I want to do this then? I guess I could use the power pole if I need to. Okay, so that comes in on red. That comes in on green. Those are correct. And that's going to give us, yeah, just 1. The output here... Yeah, we just want that to be the reset output, so yeah, we need... I guess what we can do, actually, with all of these... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's get all of these disconnected. And we can move this back up where it was at. And get a green line connected to the power pole here. There we go. And then connect a green line. Ooh. That is... still going to cause the same issue? No, I think that should be fine. We do that. And then... this? Is that still putting... That's still putting the red at 2 for some reason. Oh, right, because the loop. Right. So... I'm going to have to change this output line. That's what I need to do. So let's take this and turn that away. And let's change this to a green wire. And then we're going to need a red connection on all of these as well, which is probably going to mess us up. Because that's going to end up counting all of this as well. I I need a third wire color. Math is your friend? Math is your friend. Let's see. How do we want to do this then? Is there a way for me to separate these wire networks? Oh, well, I guess so. Yeah, we can do this. So, we bring red up to here as well. And so the red is going to show, yeah, large counts. But if we put another one of these down, we can take the red line, put it there. Then we can tell this for each of these. Oh, no, this is the wrong thing. I want a decider. Yeah, we want a decider here. And we tell it for each of these. That is, yeah, for each that is greater than 0, output each one as a 1. There we go. That'll pass all of them along. And then we can pass that along on the red line here. That's something I could have just sanitized before. Each that's greater than 0 pass a 1. And so now that's a 3. Those are 2s. Oh, why is that passing water now? Where did we get... How did we get water into the system again? There shouldn't be a way to get water into here. How is that happening? How is water getting into here? Like, there's no pump that gets water into here. How does that happen? Leaky pipes, apparently. Yeah, like, how do you get water into that? And there's crude oil in here as well. Okay, oh no, that's the crude oil input. That's fine. How are we getting water in there? I don't understand this. There's no way water should be able to get into this pipe. Oh, I bet I know. Oh, and if I'm right, I'm going to have to move so much stuff. Oh no, I hate this. I guess one of the questions, do pumps contain fluid? They do contain fluid. That is not good. Okay, so first of all, there's nowhere for this sulfuric or for this petroleum gas to go. So we are just going to purge that tank. And I guess the connected pipes as well. These should pump out to here. Yeah, it's slowly going up. Okay. Was this working right? Yeah. Now the problem is that water has nowhere to go. But that does... I think I'm going to need to add a water pump in here, is the issue. Yeah, I'm going to have to add a water pump in. Because there's going to be cases where water ends up in the system. So... we're going to need to put that right here. Yeah, that's the only spot where it'll fit. So we do this. And we do that. Which is even more of a mess coming through here. And then we're going to do this. Oh, I am out of underground pipes. Do that right there, and that right there, and a normal pipe. And then we need to connect this to... No, it's just needs to be filtered to water. There we go. So yeah, we need to copy that. Come on over here. And we're going to need to... yeah, do that. Okay, so that problem solved. I need to work out these circuits. Are they actually doing what I want them to? We are outputting sulfuric acid and lubricant. Is that correct? Lubricant is less than 5,000, so it shouldn't be at a 3. This is more than 5,000, less than 15, so it should be at a 2. Yeah. And so this is outputting just those two. Good. And we are trying to make this. Okay. Now, do I actually need these two, or can I do this easier? I guess I could... do a decider and just send it on to red and green here. Yeah, that would actually be fine. So... yeah. We can take this and go red out to there, and red from here to there, and green from here to there, just to keep it uniform. And we'll take away the green that's going to the pole. There we go. And so yeah, all of them get a +1. We're still working with the same numbers. Cool, I like that. Let's copy this. Actually, not that. Let's copy all the way up through there. There we go. Oh, I'm actually going to want to wipe out a good chunk of this stuff. Let's get rid of these, I guess. Let's just get rid of all of these. And then paste. Think that's gonna be okay. I hope I didn't miss anything. We will find out for sure. But I think we're good. Oh, I lost all the connections on this. Let's copy, I guess, like all of this. Yeah. All of this. Okay, and we want to turn it like that. That looks correct. There we go. That includes all of the right wire connections. Good. Must have rained while you weren't looking. That could very well be. Now, what was happening is there's recipes where both of the inputs become water, and in that case, it treats this and this as one network, and it fills all of this up with water from this side. And so we just have to account for it and pump out the extra. Okay, we're making batteries now. Good. We don't have anywhere to put that petroleum. Let's clear that. Heavy oil, we should have plenty to put out there. Is this being used for something? It should be, but it's not. Yeah, because we're not doing anything with those right now. This should also be a similar thing of only pump that if you're over a certain amount. I'll enable this if the contents of that are greater than 5,000. There. So this should be... What? How is that enabled? If all input signals meet the condition, it will pass. It's true when there are no inputs. Oh, because this is 0. Anything. If any of the input signals meet the condition, it will pass. False when there are no inputs. So let's try anything. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. All right. So both of those are full. We are making batteries. This chest is picking up a decent amount of stuff now. We want to not limit the chest. There we go. Yeah, we can't have that chest limited or we're going to run into issues with the output. Plus, who knows what the person setting up the circuit is going to set the chest to. So yeah, this one we want limited. That's fine. Actually, even then, this one doesn't even need to be limited. Both of those can be whatever. Yeah. So now we're making lubricant, finally. Look at that. Well, we're pumping out the sulfuric acid right now. And there's the heavy oil, which we don't have very much of. Let's see how that works. Yeah, we do not have a lot of heavy oil. No, this is running into some sort of pumping issue. Why is this pump turning off? Did it just run out? Is that what we ran into? Yeah, it ran out of heavy oil. Well, I guess there's still a bunch in here, so that should be fine. Yeah, because we won't stop working. Okay, yeah. Just ran into a brief pumping issue, but it was okay because we have that timer to account for loading up the pipes. Okay, so I guess the only other thing is to account for a range of sulfur. I guess that's the only one we really needed to account for the range of. How do we want to do that? Sulfur is the only one we need to do that for. I don't want to make a whole circuit system just for sulfur. We may need to. Though it wasn't too bad. What was the recipe for that? 5 sulfur to make 50 sulfuric acid. We were pulling over about 5 passes of the recipe, so we were getting 250 sulfuric acid, and then it was switching over and trying to make more. Yeah. I think sulfur is going to need a separate limit. Okay. So this was outputting to here on red. Yeah. How do we want to do this? Actually, why is that only solid fuel listed there as less than 50? On the green. The red greater than 0, which is coming from here. Oh, this is entirely the solid fuel stuff, maybe? It's coming in on the... Yeah, red greater than 0 is solid fuel stuff. Saying for right now, just do the light oil recipe. Yeah, that makes sense. Because of the priorities. Wait, what do I have the priorities set on this for? Oh, I have the heavy oil set to 4 and the light to 3. That should be the other way around. That should be a 4. And that should be a 3. Priorities. Oh, I have the names switched. Heavy oil. And this should be light. Alright, let's set this to 41 temporarily. Set that to 4. And then set that to 3. No. Set that to 31. Set that to 3. I had them right the first time. Set that to 4. There we go. Oh, that's petroleum gas one. What? Uh-oh. What is happening here? Then all of these are wrong. Oh no. That's not correct either. Ah, there's that one. So let's fix these. So that's the one for petroleum gas. Right there. Make that a parameter, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, yeah, 12. Okay. And this one is the light oil. This is batteries. I guess let's find this plastic. This is lubricant. Wonder why these got switched up. That's batteries. May want to just build the blueprint with all of these in there in the first place. We'll see. Let's see here. That's batteries. This is explosives. That's flamethrower ammo. This is sulfuric acid. Yeah, it all shifted by... What just happened there? Did the autosave? The autosave closed that window and canceled what I was doing? Oh, that's not good. That's a bug. Did that actually entirely cancel what I was doing? Yes, it canceled the whole thing. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good at all. Well, back to this. Let's do it again. Petroleum gas. That's the light oil. That's the heavy oil. Yeah, so I think all of this is just shifting one. We'll check it just to make sure, though. Explosives are here. Ammo. That is sulfuric acid. Sulfur. And that is petroleum gas. And this should be light oil. Yeah. Which I don't really have an entry for, so we'll just paste that and then change it. Let's also make these uniform. Sulfuric acid, flamethrower ammo, heavy oil, light oil. Oh, the F in fuel as well. And all the way down here, too. Petroleum gas. Actually, neither of these should be capitalized. So that means right there shouldn't be capitalized. And that shouldn't be capitalized. Okay, if we save that, and then come back in here, make that a parameter, and we need these to go up to 13. So we'll start at the top number and work our way down so it doesn't mess anything up. If we change that to a 13, that does not mess anything up. Okay. So this goes to a 12. And this goes to 11. This will go to 10. You'll go to 9. Go to 8. You'll go to 7. You'll go to 6. We'll go to 5. Then I want this to be at a 4. That to stay at a 3. And this to be at a 2. There we go. So that should be the right parameters. Doesn't look like it changed anything. Good. Alright, we should be fine there. Oh, what a mess. And save. I'll probably have to paste that down on top of here. Yeah, and let's change this to a 4. And that to a 3. Okay, what are we doing here? Still making lubricant. We're only at 8K, but we're very short on heavy oil. Let's purge this light oil. Yeah, it should only purge the stuff on this side. There we go. Yeah, that was what we were running into. So that pump is disabled, yep. ever so slowly getting the heavy oil that we need. What do we want to do about sulfur? Okay, so this one is, yeah, our normal output for those. Oh, I see. These are showing up along here because they're on the same line. Right, right. But that's fine. Those can be ungreen. Plastic still needs to be made. That's at a 5. But I guess sulfur is... or lubricants at a 6? Yeah. So plastic will be the next thing to be made here. Yeah, we want to add an extra layer for the plastic here, or for the sulfur here. Oh, but if we do that, it changes the priority. Because we're asking for more of it than everything else. Oh, no, I know what it can do. Okay, so on the green line, we will put another decider here. Actually, we're going to need a decider right here. And we will take, I guess, a red line off the chest, send it here. And we want to see if sulfur is less than, let's say, 150. Yeah, if sulfur is less than 150, then output, we'll just output an A. That's fine. Output an A at 1. Or do we want to output the amount of sulfur? No, there's a better way to do this. Yeah. What we can do is put a constant combinator down with just a sulfur value of 100. And then we will do a arithmetic combinator. We're going to put let's put the red line coming off of here for this, and a green line coming off of here for that. And we're going to say on the red, we're going to put sulfur. And then we want to subtract the sulfur on green and output sulfur. And we will add that in to... Ooh, that might create a feedback loop. Time to find out. So if we take green and attach it to here for sulfur, what does that do? That sets sulfur at an 11. Perfect. So yeah, we remove 45, or we're removing 100 from it. It gives us a penalty. Yeah. And so now sulfur is no longer... Or now sulfur is less than 50. Because it's only 10 on green right now. Yeah. That doesn't seem... The math doesn't seem right there. 65. So we're 33. Is this number actually changing? Okay, it is. Now it's 50. That did not produce what it should. That's minus 19. Right. Minus 19 is going in. Then that's looping back into the chest. Yeah. Do you have a red line coming in? You do. Okay. So we need to output the final amount. Yeah, so this needs to be 150. Otherwise it doesn't work right. There we are. And that will get us with... No, I think that'll still only take us to 100. Do you have room to get rid of the petroleum gas? I don't think you do. Oops. Accidentally got rid of some heavy oil. Definitely didn't like that. Yeah, that should bring our count in the chest up to 150. Yeah. Nope, it did not. Right, because it loops around an extra time. So this does need to be 200. I think. That pushes to 50 on green. With how much in there? Not quite enough. Yeah, it's that feedback loop that's happening along there. And again, it comes down to the fact that I can only use 2 wire colors. And I'm already using 2 wire colors for this. So I just have to go with it. And actually, this isn't going to do us any good, because it's not going to do us any good. Because it's still going to be, as soon as we go underneath that threshold, it's going to go again. Alright, yeah, that doesn't help us. I don't know a way to pull sulfur out of that unless I take sulfur off of here. Maybe what I have to do. Stop doing the priority for sulfur off of that. No, because I still need the priority in here. Yeah, I still need the proper priority. I guess the way to do it would be to filter out everything that's not sulfur. So if I put down an arithmetic combiner and I go everything that... Oh, no, that's not what I want. I want a decider. Then I say everything that is not equal to sulfur. Is that right? I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, because that's just going to... Oh, and then I'll put each. That does work. Okay. That does work. So then I can take away this green wire. Well, let's wait before we take that away. So then we can do what we had before with the constant combinator at at minus 100. So if there's 150 in the box, it needs to read like it has 50. Yeah, so this should be minus 100. Yeah, so we send that along. Oh, actually, We don't need to change that, do we? No, we don't. Because what we can do is we can... Does it even need to add? Maybe it does need to be an arithmetic. So we do this, and we go green line, green, no, do red line into here. And this is going to be green line. And we add everything. And we add everything on red and green. And we add, and we output everything. That's going to give us the right numbers. There we are. So we don't need this. Let's go ahead and cut this and move it right there. And that means we can get rid of this green line right here and reattach it right there. That puts sulfur at the right levels, puts plastic at the right levels. Yeah, perfect. So it's going to switch over to sulfur till we get to 150. I do need to clear that. Get rid of the heavy oil. Okay, I think we figured that out. All these little edge cases and exceptions. Oh wait, no, this is still going to result in the same thing. This is still resulting in the same thing of as soon as it drops under 150, we're going to run into an issue. Yeah, I'm going to have to latch it. How do we do that? Or do we just not care for sulfur? No, we should care for sulfur. We should. I copy this whole set. Do this. Oh, and we need some power over here. Oh, this is my last one. All right. That's still making lubricant. That's fine. So for this, so the input is going to be just sulfur. And this will be just sulfur. We're going to output sulfur. Yeah. And then this one does need to be... Yeah, we don't need this. But we do need this to not be sulfur. So... Right. This needs to be a decider as well. So we need another one. And we want each is not equal to sulfur. And pass along each input count. Okay. And so you have a green line from here to there, and then from here to there. There we go. So that's everything but sulfur. Oh, that's going to pass along sulfur forever. Let's just set a a constant down for right now with sulfur at 50 until we figure this out. And connect that on green as well. There we go. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. Let's clear... Stupid belt. Clear the pipe. Hey, stupid belt. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. So, when sulfur is less than 50... output sulfur. Okay, and when sulfur is greater than or equal to 150, output sulfur. And so, yeah, right now we have less than 50. Cool. We do have more than 150, so once we connect the chest, we're actually going to be looking at the true value. So we can put that on green as well, I guess. Yeah. Can throw that to a green. Why is that branched over on a red? Oh, okay. We want that on red then. So put this on red. And so now it's not passing that along because we have more sulfur than we need. And this is actually true now. There we go. And so now we want to output the input count on the green wire. Right? The red is the reset. Oh, both of these are just going to be ones. Oh, right. We just output a 1. And then we do a copy of this right here, right? Yeah, I think so. Am I putting the wrong output here? No, I'm not. I'm putting the right output. So yeah, we need a copy of this. Copy this. Input that here, I guess. Oh, we're out of those again. Another decider combinator. There's so many of them. Okay. And so this should be a sulfur. And that should be sulfur. Yeah. Alright, that should be sulfur also. Thank you. Okay. Should output the input count of sulfur on green. Yes. And so we want that output on red. Yeah. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Did I swap these around? Oh, I output on both. Right. Yeah, and then we send out on red. Good. Okay, so on red, go here. And we want to output on both. We send out the, essentially the S signal to there. And so on the red signal, we don't have that right now. So we need a green from over here. There's the green. And so that would output on green. May have to do this the other way around. Because we need this coming in on red. Let's see what happens. If I do this to there, what do we get for sulfur? The sulfur's at exactly 50 right now? Oh, because I have the override right now on green. No, we don't need to be outputting that. We need... Oh, I see. Because I need not this number. Yeah, so that's not what we need here. Huh. How do I do this? Oh, actually, what we can say... let me get rid of this red connection here. That's not needed. So, and we don't need this green connection either. So what we can do is connect this along the green right here. And we can say that, yeah, green greater than 50, or greater than 0, that's fine. If this is less than 1, output, yeah, the green line there. And so we can do green to here and undo this green, and that should be showing 50. Yes. We're making plastic now. If we can get rid of this. All right. We're getting down there on things. Oh, that's a big old mess for sulfur. Okay. This. Pumping out all of this petroleum gas. Probably shouldn't have this pump here. It's fine though. I do want to probably clear this storage tank. Running through that heavy oil fast. So this should... Okay, that's full, so let's clear the pipe. And a little more. Storage tank. Pipe. There we go. Okay, so why did that cycle? It's clear. Oh, there we go. Guess that's fine. Oh, right, because of the... Yeah, the way we had the pumping happening. Why did that stop? No recipe. Did we actually... We already got that to 50. Okay, so let's... Oh. Still no recipe, right? Pumping out the light oil. Let's get rid of all that. Let's make sure that clears. I guess in theory I should be reading this tank as well for the fluid contents. Where's that going to? Is it going to here? Yeah. So let's run a red wire for that as well. Will it reach? It will. Good. Okay. That makes sure that we catch everything. Now, I'm going to remove this down underneath 150 and see if our setup actually works. So, this still says it has 50. Why? So, we're at 100, which is less... Oh, because we're latched. Right. So let's remove that and this. That should trigger it. There we go. And then I'm going to put... Let's see here. That's not quite 150 yet. But we should still have an output. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so the latch is working here. Sweet. PoE 2 is really good so far. Oh, I want to play. I want to play. The struggle to get in. Would you want to do some multiplayer on it once I'm done with stream? You had to restart twice, but it's good. Nice. Not sure that even works yet. We can try. Okay, I'd be up for it. Yeah, wanted to sort out my issues with this before I stopped today. That's why I ran a little late. I think this is working, though. Wouldn't call it stable. That's fair. Gives us lots of time for breaks. Okay, and that's lubricant coming through here. Yeah, this works. I am quite pleased. Yeah, so the sulfuric acid dipped under 15K, but didn't request a refill. That's got a fluid ingredient shortage. Oh, because we're pumping out the light oil, which is full. So clear that pipeline. There we go. And that should finish out the rest of the sulfur. Yeah, I think we're good. And that's everything. 150 sulfur, 50 or more of everything else. Sweet. I think we have a tileable setup here. So let's go ahead and copy what we have here. And come on up over here and make sure this matches. We want like this. Ooh, we want that to match right here. Where? Oh, yeah, we're, let's find where the chemical plant is. Or maybe these? There we go. Perfect. Let's overwrite wherever we can. Good. Alright, is this power pole needed? No. We do need a power pole up here, though. Okay. That's needed there. These are covered. These don't need power. Sweet. Alright, let's blueprint this one more time. Done. Save. Hey. Alright. I am quite pleased with that. Oh, you know what? We should, however, set a parameter. This includes sulfur. It does include sulfur. Oh, but sulfur... We go here. Yeah. Max sulfur to store. And make that a parameter. Yeah, that's just sulfur. That's a timer condition. That is for all kinds of crazy stuff. That's for all kinds of crazy stuff. Nothing else in here has changed, correct? Yeah. Max items. Min sulfur. To store. There we go. There we are. I like it. Done. I think that's all right. Sulfur has different maximum to prevent frequent recipe swaps when making sulfuric acid. Sulfur is a different maximum, has a different maximum. Sulfur has a different maximum to prevent frequent recipe swaps when making sulfuric acid. Got it. Okay. That is finally, I think that's what, 3 sessions that it took us to work this? But I'm happy with that. That is a tileable, flexible chemical plant. We can make whatever we want in whatever priorities we want. Look at that. That took us a bit, but we got it working. I bet I can crunch these circuits down even further. But I'd have to really spend some time looking at it and figuring out what I needed to do. Yeah, I bet I could make this circuit network smaller, though. What I may do is I may post this up on the forums and see if somebody can give some suggestions. There's some absolutely wizard-like people, just geniuses when it comes to these circuit designs, for making them more compact. I don't know, we'll see. I like it, though. I am very happy with that. That means next time we can start working on our mall over here. Way over here. And once we have our mall working, that means we can start expanding our base. We can make more power, more solar power, get our new solar blueprint. We can go tap more iron, because we're definitely going to need that. In fact, where are we tapping for iron next? We should probably think about that. That's stone, right? Yep. I guess this is going to be our next iron patch. We may bring that in with trains then. Ooh, yeah, okay. So, oh no, we have iron up here. What am I talking about? We have iron up here. We have a ton of it, 6.2 million. Okay, never mind. We don't need to tap a different iron ore source. We just need to build more mining over here. Move the miners that are over here, well, over here, up to there. All right, but the mall first. We'll build the mall, get that up and running, and then we will work on this other stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's save this and find someone to raid. Get out to the main menu. All right, who are we going to raid today? Anybody we're following playing this right now? Growlcore's playing. Let's go visit Growlcore. It's been a while. It's been a long while since we visited Growlcore. Here's our raid message. Get that copied for when we go visit Growlcore. All right. We will have more Factorio at the very latest next Friday at 11 a.m. Central U.S. Time, 1700 UTC. Tomorrow we are off. Sunday will be more Satisfactory at the same time, 11 a.m. Central U.S. Time, 1700 UTC. Monday and Tuesday are flex days. I need to do a little bit more on No Man's Sky, just like end the expedition essentially. And I should probably do that on stream. So I may do a tiny bit of No Man's Sky on Monday, and then maybe do some Satisfactory or Factorio, depending on what I'm feeling. Tuesday will kind of be up in the air between Satisfactory and Factorio as well, just depending on what I'm feeling. Wednesday is EU4, continuing our Inca campaign. We're making good progress there. Thursdays we're off, and Friday back to Factorio. Thanks again for the subs and the follows and hanging out. I appreciate it, and I'll see you.